Chapter 870. In the Tomb of the Little Stone Emperor. The sun of the heaven realm was plucked by the Little Stone Emperor to disperse the qi produced by his body that had been dormant for hundreds of millions of years. At the same time, he plucked 9 stars to temporarily serve as the sun of the heaven realm. At the same time, the 7 tombs once again displayed their might. 7 vast waves of divine power gathered on the Little Stone Emperor's body, and endless light drowned him. The Little Stone Emperor was borrowing the power of the 7 kings and the sun to refine his body. For a moment, a wonderful sound rang out between heaven and earth. The great Tao charm of the 7 kings appeared above the 7 tombs, complementing the Tao charm of the 7 corpses. Zhou Tong quietly listened to the wonderful sound of heaven and earth when the Little Stone Emperor broke through. He used his heart to comprehend, and bit by bit, he comprehended all kinds of wonderful principles produced by the Little Stone Emperor's transformation. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. The 9 stars that the Little Stone Emperor had plucked to act as temporary suns couldn't withstand the spiritual qi of the heaven realm. 4 of them had already fallen, and the remaining 5 suns were much dimmer. However, the Little Stone Emperor's aura was growing day by day. Day after day, year after year, it grew stronger and stronger. It was simply like a giant growing at an extremely fast speed. In these 10,000 years, Zhou Tong had also further come into contact with the most essential great Tao charm of this world. He vaguely understood by analogy and began to further analyze the other treasured techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts. He fused the essence of those treasured techniques into his true dragon technique bit by bit. This step was actually similar to the path taken by many supreme immortal kings in the immortal ancient era of the Shrouded Sky world. Zhou Tong had obtained many scriptures of immortal kings, especially the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan who had established the immortal ancient cultivation system. From his scriptures, it could be seen that he had already fused countless treasured techniques into his own great Tao. Now, Zhou Tong was also doing something similar. Although his strength didn't increase by leaps and bounds, his foundation was more stable. He even created a large number of various divine techniques. The treasured techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts began to fuse in his heart, and his comprehension became deeper. Boom! Finally, the 7 tombs broke open, and the 7 kings rushed out at the same time. However, at this moment, the Little Stone Emperor also opened his eyes. A vast aura enveloped the heaven and earth, and his 2 sharp eyes were extremely intimidating. The 7 king tiers lowered their proud heads at the same time. At this moment, the 7 demonic stars in the sky returned to the Little Stone Emperor's palm, and the 3 emperors' mirror also rotated above his head. The Little Stone Emperor completely shed his stone body, and his flesh was reborn. At this moment, he was the embodiment of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He did not move at all. Just by sitting there, an aura as vast as the ocean spread throughout the primitive heaven realm. For a time, with the tomb as the center, the entire primitive celestial realm fell silent. At this moment, the Little Stone Emperor was the only one in the world. Even the big shots of the heaven realm didn't dare to make any movements. At this moment, the Little Stone Emperor slowly stood up, and his cold gaze swept across the 7 kings. How brave. Finally, his eyes stopped on Lu Zhan. Little Stone Emperor, please forgive me. Who doesn't want to see such a scene when the path of cultivation is broken? At this moment, Zhou Tong finally appeared. With a flip of his hand, he withdrew the divine soul in Lu Zhan's body back into his body. Then, he directly put Lu Zhan's stone body into his inner world. What? The 9 states? Edisaurus. Where's fellow Taoist Lu Zhan? Where'd he go? The other 6 Stone Man Kings were shocked at the same time. They looked at Zhou Tong in shock and anger. At this moment, they had already thought of something. The Edisaurus actually dared to do such a thing. Even Xiao Chun was secretly shocked by Zhou Tong's courage. He actually secretly replaced Lu Zhan. Could it be that when Lu Zhan chased after him last time, he was plotted against? Xiao Qin instantly thought of the last time when Zhou Tong collided with the Emperor's shadow. After he was sent flying, Lu Zhan immediately chased after him. Good method. You secretly killed Lu Zhan and replaced him to participate in my Tao discussion this time. I didn't expect that even I would be fooled by you. The Supreme Zhu Shun's divine sense is indeed unparalleled. It's a pity that Lu Zhan, our parting before the primordial age, was actually a farewell. The Little Stone Emperor didn't have a trace of anger. Instead, there was a trace of admiration in his voice. Little Stone Emperor, you once said that if you succeeded, you would pass on the supreme Tao that you comprehended to us without reservation. Is that true? Zhou Tong asked. His words could be said to be extremely bold. The other Stone Man Kings and Xiao Chun were all frightened. Such a terrifying Little Stone Emperor was right in front of them, and he still dared to say such words directly. However, they couldn't help but secretly applaud Zhou Tong's courage and boldness. However, Zhou Tong understood that as long as the Little Stone Emperor showed signs of attacking him, he would immediately leave the realm of immortals. In any case, he had nothing to worry about in this world now. Previously, the dragons were one of his concerns. However, the whole Dragon Island had been moved to the primitive celestial realm by him to receive the protection of King Pangu and the others. Moreover, the dragons still had good Qian, and there was also the winged dragon, who might awaken in the future. They already didn't lack the protection of a king like him. 9 words. The Little Stone Emperor opened his mouth. However, before he could finish the last word, cauldron, a cracking sound suddenly came from his forehead. A stream of blood flowed down. Immediately afterward, streaks of blood appeared all over his body. Without a doubt, this was an earth-shattering change. The Little Stone Emperor, who had originally reached the peak of perfection, was now like a piece of porcelain that had been glued together again. There were cracks all over his body. No one knew what had happened. The Little Stone Emperor, who had reached the peak of perfection, actually started to break down. I see. The Little Stone Emperor seemed to have understood something. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were extremely deep. The cracks on his body were still continuing, but his aura was becoming stronger and stronger. It was like the rise and fall of a vast ocean. A terrifying aura covered the sky and earth and swept through the myriad worlds. In the myriad worlds, all the king tiers trembled. They were extremely frightened. They all felt a sense of fatal danger. Bang! His chest suddenly burst open, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. A stream of essence blood instantly spurted out, instantly piercing through the mausoleum world that he had carefully prepared. The Little Stone Emperor was silent. He slowly reached out a hand and collected the essence blood that had spurted out. Streaks of bloody light were filled with dreamy colors. They possessed incomparably terrifying divine power. A drop of blood can destroy a great world, but what use is it? The Little Stone Emperor only spoke after a long time. When the sun is midday, the moon is full, and the world is incomplete. The Little Stone Emperor sighed softly. It wasn't that his breakthrough had gone wrong. It was really that this world didn't allow another king tier to appear in this world. Even if it's only for a moment of glory, which cultivator of our generation doesn't want to reach the peak and look down on all the other mountains? Zhou Tong directly said after the Little Stone Emperor's words, "Little Stone Emperor, you've reached the peak. Even if it hasn't been long, you'll definitely want to find an opponent. Teach me the method of breaking through, and then connect the past and present. Perhaps you'll be able to fight with me in the future." Chapter 871. The Little Stone Emperor suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhou Tong. He didn't look as sad as he did before. His gaze was extremely sharp, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. The other kings' bodies cracked, and they retreated a great distance. Zhou Tong, who was being stared at by the Little Stone Emperor, naturally felt even more pressure. His body felt like it was going to explode. However, he wasn't afraid of any pressure. He raised his head and looked at the Little Stone Emperor. As long as the Little Stone Emperor showed the slightest sign of attacking, he would immediately leave this world. Good courage. I want to see if you can break through. The little stone emperor's forehead flashed, and a divine sense instantly entered Zhou Tong's body. The moment the divine sense entered his body, Zhou Tong's mind was instantly filled with the little stone emperor's Tao. It was all the little stone emperor's comprehension and all the preparations the little stone emperor had made for the breakthrough. Is this the little stone emperor's method of breaking through? It doesn't seem to be very suitable for me. Maybe I need to study and modify it a little. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he comprehended this method. The core of the little stone emperor's breakthrough method was the old body and the new body. A new body of flesh and blood was the key to breaking through the barrier between the king realm and the emperor realm. First of all, it required the cultivation of the original body. This kind of cultivation couldn't be too low. However, Zhou Tong roughly estimated that he had barely reached this point. Secondly, the old body had to die, and a new body would be born from the extreme death. Finally, the old body and the new body would fuse. This was the most important step. Only by fusing life and death could one truly break through the barrier between the king realm and the emperor realm. However, the fusion of life and death wasn't enough. There had to be enough great Tao environment. The little stone emperor borrowed the divine power of 7 kings and the great Tao of 14 kings to create such an environment. The birth of the little stone emperor's old body and new body is a pioneering work. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. In the shrouding heaven world, there was the possibility of corpses proving Tao. A new consciousness and primordial spirit were born from a dead body, and they were reborn. The most typical example was Duanda. This was his immortality method. And in the world of immortals, there was also the possibility of using corpses to attain the Tao. One of the typical examples was a powerful figure in the primitive heaven realm, the stone corpse. He was the corpse of the Stone Man King who had died in ancient times. After the Stone Man King gained sentience, he became the Stone Man King. However, the little stone emperor's method of giving birth to a new body was completely different. This method was not to give birth to a brand new soul after the death of the physical body, but to give birth to a brand new life from the remains of the soul after the death of the original consciousness in the soul. This method was the complete opposite of the common path of achieving Tao through corpses. It was not the physical body that gave birth to the divine soul, but the divine soul that gave birth to the physical body. The same soul gave birth to 2 different things. One was the peak of life, and the other was the peak of death. The 2 merged with each other using their primordial spirits as a link. They borrowed the power of the fusion of life and death, as well as the divine power of the great path of the kings, to forcefully break through the barrier. No wonder the little stone emperor had to wait until now to start his plan, even though he died billions of years ago. It's because it's extremely difficult for the primordial spirit to give birth to a brand new body. Even the little stone emperor spent so many years to succeed, Zhou Tong thought to himself. So this method is not suitable for me. When I use this method, I'm afraid the final battle will be over. Zhou Tong shook his head secretly. Just as Zhou Tong was comprehending the little stone emperor's method, the world in the tomb of the little stone emperor instantly turned into ashes. The vast primitive heaven realm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a desolate land. All life within a radius of 100,000 miles was gone. Only 7 tombs remained. The little stone emperor looked at the primitive heaven realm with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Then he opened his mouth, penetrating the past and present. At this moment, the scene around the little stone emperor blurred. Countless phantoms appeared and finally fixed on one of them. The little stone emperor rushed up and fought with it. Dong! The dreamlike scene dissipated. Everything returned to normal. However, the little stone emperor's temple was pierced and blood flowed out. The future peak powerhouse didn't disappoint me. The little stone emperor looked at Zhou Tong as he spoke. Unfortunately, I was stopped by someone and couldn't rush into the distant future. I don't know if you will succeed in the future. Zhou Tong was stunned. He didn't expect the little stone emperor to rush into the future first. Was it to see if he would succeed? Nonsense. How can I succeed? Even if I have the confidence to break through to the emperor realm, I can't break through in this world where heaven and earth are damaged." Zhou Tong was speechless. The Little Stone Emperor had most likely encountered a divine ancestor from another world. He had spent a lot of effort to send a clone down to kill the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the end, he encountered the Little Stone Emperor. Boom! Then there was another loud sound. The surrounding scene changed again. Countless phantoms appeared. In the end, a few phantoms attacked the Little Stone Emperor. An earth-shattering battle occurred, and a large world was destroyed. Everyone present was shocked. The scene in front of them was like a dream. Dawn! Then there was a loud sound. All the scenes disappeared, and the Little Stone Emperor returned. However, this time, there was a finger hole between his eyebrows. Clearly, it had been pierced through. The ancient supreme beings didn't disappoint me. A trace of relief appeared in the Little Stone Emperor's eyes. I'm not alone on this path. The ancient supreme beings and people in the future all stood at my level. Unfortunately, they were destined to be like me. They couldn't last long. Their ending was already decided. Unfortunately, I was stopped by these 2 people. I don't know how many people have reached this level. Or perhaps there are even higher levels? The Little Stone Emperor stroked the 3 Emperor mirror in his hand and said, "What level has your master reached?" The Little Stone Emperor was filled with emotions. His eyes wandered as he looked at the world. In the end, the scene in the deepest part of his memory appeared. A large, rough hand holding the Little Stone Emperor's small hand when he was young. The deepest part of his memory was always the warmth between his parents when he was young. Dang. A crisp sound rang out. The 3 Emperor mirror in the Little Stone Emperor's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The Little Stone Emperor's terrifying divine power also rapidly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. Even the Little Stone Emperor's life force disappeared. The invincible Little Stone Emperor had finally died on this day. Dead, he's finally dead. One of the Stone Kings, the Stone Corpse, laughed wildly and stepped forward. He was about to take the 3 Emperor mirror away. But when he approached the Little Stone Emperor's corpse, he found that there was still some light in the Little Stone Emperor's eyes. He immediately cried out and retreated. Even if the Little Stone Emperor was dead, his corpse could still scare a Stone Man King. It was clear how powerful he was. The other Stone Man Kings also didn't dare to act rashly. However, the Little Stone Emperor was still dead. A moment after the Stone Corpse retreated, his corpse turned into ashes and returned to heaven and earth. At the same time, the 7 demonic stars in his palm all flew back to the 7 tombs. Chapter 872. Little Stone King has fallen in the end. One of the Stone Kings of the 3-eyed race immediately grabbed the 3 Emperor mirror on the ground. He reacted the fastest and grabbed the mirror in his hand. Buzz! However, in the next moment, countless rays of light shot out from the 3 Emperor mirror and shattered the arm of the 3-eyed race's Stone King. The Stone Man's blood dripped down. Swish! With a flash of light, the 3 Emperor mirror disappeared from the hands of the 3-eyed race's Stone King and appeared in the palm of Zhou Tong. When did you do this? The Stone Man King of the 3-eyed race was shocked and looked at Zhou Tong. This was definitely a symbol of the great perfection of the Supreme Zhu Shun. Gods were indestructible and weapons could not be taken away. Flowers bloomed and reincarnated with a thought. His body and soul were indestructible and invulnerable. However, what puzzled the 3-eyed race's Stone King was that when did he imprint his imprint on the 3 Emperor mirror? Do you think your imprint is faster than my imprint? Zhou Tong put away the 3 Emperor mirror and started to refine it on the spot. Buzz! In an instant, the 3 Emperor mirror emitted millions of rays of light and floated above Zhou Tong's head. The surface of the mirror was smooth and reflected the figures of the 6 Stone Man King here. Looking at Zhou Tong, these Stone Puppet Kings' faces became somewhat unsightly. They were extremely wary of his strength. More than 100 years ago, all the kings saw the battle in the Otherworld. The 3 strongest Stone Man King of the Otherworld joined forces and were easily defeated by him. In particular, Lu Zhan was secretly suppressed by him. All the Stone Man King present were extremely afraid of him, especially now that he was in control of the Three Emperors Mirror. You can have the Three Emperor Mirror. The remaining 7 tombs will be divided equally among the 7 of us. One of the Stone Man King, the Stone Beast, said. He was also extremely afraid of Zhou. The other Stone Man King nodded in agreement. In the primitive heaven realm, strength was king. Since Ediosaurus had the strength to suppress everyone, and no one dared to object to him obtaining the most precious 3 Emperor Mirror here, no one dared to object. However, they were also Stone Man King, so they also needed to obtain some of the treasures left behind by the Little Stone Emperor. Every great tomb had a demonic star, as well as a precious gemstone soldier, so it was only right for them to obtain these treasures. Zhou said leisurely, 7 tombs, 7 demonic stars, 7 stone soldiers, but 3 of them were sent out by the Little Stone Emperor in advance. One is in my hands, and the other 2 are in Xiao Chen's hands. So, 3 of the 7 tombs don't have stone soldiers. Who will take these 3 tombs? As soon as Zhou said this, all the Stone Man King's eyes turned cold. They looked at the Stone Man King beside them with some vigilance. Not only the Stone Man King, but even Xiao Chen was a little nervous. He was the weakest one here. If a Stone Man King really wanted to snatch his stone seal and stone sword, he would have no choice but to rely on Zhou. Ancestor Xiankong suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Ediosaurus, you can choose a great tomb first. As for the remaining 6 tombs, we will decide on our own. It's still not appropriate. If I were to choose first, I would definitely choose a great tomb with stone soldiers. At that time, the 6 of you will have to face 3 great tombs without stone soldiers. There will definitely be conflicts again. Zhou shook his head and showed a compassionate expression. What do you want? The Stone Man King named Dan Jun had a hint of joy in his eyes. Could it be that this Ediosaurus wanted to give up a great tomb with stone soldiers and choose an empty great tomb? If that was the case, then everyone would be happy, because they could snatch the 2 stone soldiers from Xiao Chen's hands at any time. At that time, the 6 of them would be able to divide it equally. A 9th Heaven Zhu Shun was not in the eyes of the Stone Man King at all. In the eyes of the Stone Man King, Xiao Chun was a dish that could be eaten at any time. In order to prevent you from continuing these meaningless conflicts, I have decided to take away all 7 great tombs. Without these things, I think you will be able to calm down. Zhou smiled slightly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the field completely froze. All the Stone Man King's faces were stunned. Then, they opened their eyes wide and glared at Zhou. Are you playing with us? The stone corpse was furious. His eyes were vertical, and a terrifying, murderous aura rushed out. Boom! At this moment, the space distorted like a flickering light. Zhou had already appeared beside the stone corpse. His right hand turned into a dragon's claw and directly grabbed the stone corpse's neck. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The dragon claw's divine power was invincible. With just a squeeze, the space immediately collapsed. The space where the stone corpse's neck was completely destroyed. The chaos was born and died, and the cycle was endless. With such an attack, even the powerful stone corpse, one of the supreme giants of the heaven realm, the Stone Man King, let out an earth-shattering scream. The power of this claw was too strong. With just a squeeze, he could not resist at all. His neck was crushed, and his head was taken off. However, his scream came to an abrupt end. His primordial spirit had been shattered, and all his remaining consciousness was suppressed. So what if I'm playing with you? Zhou held the stone corpse's head and looked disdainfully at the Stone Kings. Do you think that no one can kill you easily just because the Little Stone Emperor is no longer around? Why do you think the Little Stone Emperor treats me differently? Because I have already touched the realm of the Little Stone Emperor. Because I can easily destroy all of you. If you don't want to die, get lost now. Zhou eyes were cold. Ediosaurus, do you really think you are invincible in the world? There are countless experts in the universe. Do you want to make enemies for the 9 prefectures? Ancestor Xiankong threatened. Although he was weak at heart, he was threateningly moo. If you don't want to get lost, then stay. Zhou Tong directly sent a palm print towards Ancestor Xiankong. It was hard to say what the other factions were. In the original work, Ancestor Xiankong stood on the side of the other world in the future. Now that he was killed in advance, Zhou Tong did not have any psychological burden. When Ancestor Xiankong spoke, he was prepared for Zhou Tong to attack. He waved his terrifying God Law on the spot. However, his God Law was instantly destroyed by Zhou Tong's palm print. Then, the palm print enlarged and landed on Ancestor Xuankong's body. Dong! With a loud sound, Ancestor Xuankong's body was torn into pieces on the spot. All the kings present were dumbfounded. Another Stone Man King killed with one strike? Edisaurus was even stronger than when he was in the other world. How on earth did he cultivate? It had only been 10,000 years, and he had made such obvious progress again. After killing Ancestor Xiankong with one strike, Zhou Tong suppressed his soul and put away the stone body. He looked at the remaining 4 Stone Man Kings with disdain. The 4 Stone Man Kings quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The Stone Puppet Kings immediately felt a terrifying pressure. It was similar to what they felt when they faced the Little Stone King. Even kings had to bow their heads in front of him. "Get lost," Zhou Tong shouted softly. These people immediately left the Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum as if they had been granted amnesty. Chapter 873. As the 4 great kings retreated at the same time, only Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun, and Ku were left in the area of the small Stone Emperor's mausoleum. "Are we going to let them go just like that?" Xiao Chun asked doubtfully. "What else? Kill them all?" Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chun. "The 9 continents and the other world are opposing each other, but most of the Stone Kings in this world are neutral. Killing them all will only push them to the other world side." At this point, Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chun and said, "I don't care, but the ones who are really unlucky are you guys." Zhou Tong had already figured out a lot of things and was ready to leave this world. Naturally, it didn't matter. Even if the world was turned upside down, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, he was afraid that after he left, these people would take revenge on the dragons or the 9 continents. Therefore, he temporarily put down the determination to make a big fuss and let the Stone Man King leave. Of course, these remaining Stone Man King were basically neutral or leaning towards the 9 continents. The Stone Corpse and Ancestor Xiankong, who were heavily leaning towards the other world, were killed by Zhou Tong. "The ones who are unlucky are us." Xiao Chen was stunned and looked at Zhou Tong in a daze. His eyes were a little complicated. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This sentence was really meaningful. With the Edisaurus' style of doing things, he was not a person who was afraid of trouble at all. Whoever dared to make an enemy of him or the dragons under his protection, he would definitely kill all opponents without mercy. The other world was the best example. What had he done to it? Could it be that the Dragon Daozu also wants to walk on that path of no return, like the Little Stone Emperor? Xiao Chun was vaguely aware of this in his heart. He also saw that the Little Stone Emperor had passed on his breakthrough method to Zhou Tong. It was possible that Zhou Tong would also embark on this path of metamorphosis. If he chose the path of death just to see the scenery at the peak, then that would explain why he let these people go, Xiao Chun thought to himself. He could vaguely sense that Zhou Tong's style of doing things was actually somewhat different from that of the 9 prefectures. He was more domineering and meant what he said. There was no Stone Man King in the 9 prefectures who was more domineering than him. In Xiao Chen's mind, even if the other Stone Man Kings of the 9 continents obtained the method to break through the Little Stone Emperor, they wouldn't try it because that was a dead end. The Stone Man King needed to leave behind a useful body to fight for more things for his descendants, so he wouldn't go down this path. However, Edisaurus was different. Xiao Chen really felt that Edisaurus might go down that dead end in order to pursue the path. All the Stone Man Kings have left. Apart from the 7 demonic stars left behind by the Little Stone Emperor, there are some things in these 7 tombs. Each of you can pick a few. Zhou Tong then looked at Xiao Chun and Ku as he said. Xiao Chun and Ku were considered his own people. Zhou Tong had never been stingy with his own people. It didn't matter even if they took all the remaining stone soldiers. Of course, the 7 demonic stars of the Little Stone Emperor couldn't be given to them. These were things that the Little Stone Emperor was born with. As the Little Stone Emperor advanced to the Emperor realm, these 7 demonic stars had already transformed into Emperor-level supreme treasures. To a certain extent, these things were on the same level as the 3 Emperor mirror. Naturally, they had to be carefully studied in their hands. Zhou Tong directly broke some of the remaining formations and restrictions of the 7 tombs, allowing Xiao Chun and Ku to enter and leave. The restrictions of this tomb had been mostly destroyed by the 7 Stone Kings after 10,000 years before the Little Stone Emperor broke through. The remaining restrictions could naturally be broken at will. In an instant, Xiao Chun and Ku's eyes lit up. The things in these 7 tombs were carefully collected by the Little Stone Emperor. Even the Stone Man King was tempted. Who would dare to look down on them? Allowing them to choose a few items other than the 7 demonic stars meant that as long as they were willing, the remaining 4 stone soldiers could be directly taken away. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of his ancient scroll, which contained the imprints of the 5 Stone Man Kings. If each Stone Man King held a weapon, how powerful would that be? He already had 3 stone soldiers in his ancient scroll, so he was just short of 2 more. However, after pondering for a while, Xiao Chun secretly shook his head and rejected this idea. No, these things belong to the Edisaurus. The Little Stone Emperor has a total of 7 stone soldiers, and I've already obtained 2 of them. If I take half of the remaining 4, I'll be too greedy. However, it said that the Little Stone Emperor also collected a divine monument. I have to get that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun simply gave up on the stone soldiers. He found some other things in the tombs, such as a stone bed, an incense burner, a chair, and so on. None of the items in the Little Stone Emperor's collection were trash, including the ordinary stone bed and incense burner. The stone bed was refined from divine jade marrow, and it seemed to be extremely ordinary. However, it contained the core of jade within it, and it was a precious treasure that cultivators dreamed of. Even universe-enlightened ancestral gods were no exception, and cultivating while sitting cross-legged on it would greatly increase one's speed of cultivation. There was also the chair, which was carved from the root of the divine tree that was born from the essence of the wood element. It was also a supreme treasure. There was also the incense burner, which was no weaker than the divine weapons refined by the supreme Zhu Shun in the other world. Of course, the most important thing was the divine monument. This was the 9th divine monument, and Xiao Chun had finally found it. Compared to Xiao Chun, the little foodie did not think so much. It was desperately searching for something delicious in the Little Stone Emperor's tomb. It had excellent eyesight and almost instantly found the resurrection grass that the Little Stone Emperor had carefully cultivated with the blood essence of the Stone Man King. While Xiao Chun and Ku were entering and exiting the 7 tombs, Zhou Tong was further obliterating the divine senses and corpses of Patriarch Xiankong and the Stone Corpse. It was very easy to refine their remaining stone bodies. He could easily extract their life essence and put it into his inner world, further improving the environment of his inner world. After extracting all the life essence of the 2 great Stone Man King, the environment of his inner world was ridiculously strong. There were rivers and lakes condensed from liquefied spirit energy everywhere. All the spirit essences of heaven and earth were full of vitality. Even some ordinary herbs were stimulated by the extremely rich spirit energy and began to gradually evolve into spirit essences. However, it was much more difficult to obliterate the divine sense. As long as a trace of the divine sense was left, it could be revived. Fortunately, Zhou Tong was a powerhouse of the supreme Zhu Shun's great perfection. Therefore, it was much easier to obliterate the Stone Man King's divine sense. If it were another Stone Man King, it would probably take hundreds of years to obliterate and refine them without leaving a trace of imprint. After a while, Zhou Tong had completely obliterated the 2 Stone Man King and collected their memories and great path imprints. At this time, Xiao Chun and Ku also walked out of the 7 tombs. Xiao Chun and Ku didn't take the stone soldier. That's quite generous. Oh, the divine monument was taken by him. Forget it, this thing originally belonged to him, so it doesn't matter. Zhou Tong knew what they had taken with a sweep of his divine sense. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly put away the 7 tombs at the same time. He had already packed up everything in the Little Stone Emperor's tomb, including the remaining 4 stone soldiers and the 7 demonic stars left behind by the Little Stone Emperor. Chapter 874. Little Stone Emperor, a hero of a generation. But he ended up like this, what a pity. Xiao Chun sighed with emotion as the tomb was put away. Emperor-level powerhouses can't live forever, but there are ways to prolong their lives. Little Stone Emperor doesn't understand, but it doesn't mean that the great beings of ancient times don't understand. Zhou Tong said softly, "What? Edisaurus, you mean there are still emperor-level existences in this world?" Xiao Chun was shocked and exclaimed. Zhou Tong nodded. But Little Stone Emperor is proficient in both ancient and modern times. In order to find an opponent, if there really is an emperor-level existence, he should be able to find them. Xiao Chun was shocked. Zhou Tong smiled and said, "If Little Stone Emperor could find them, he wouldn't have to die." Xiao Chun instantly understood. Those emperor-level experts had all gone into hiding. They had even sealed themselves. That was how they had managed to survive. As for the Little Stone Emperor, he couldn't find a place to hide. He didn't even know how to prolong his life. Before ancient times, emperor-level existences could exist. At that time, there were 9 innate emperors, 27 innate emperors, 72 emperors, a total of 108 emperor-level existences. The refiners of the 3 Emperor Mirror were the 3 emperors among the 72 emperors. Unfortunately, an unknown change caused a great change in the world, and the emperors no longer existed. Zhou Tong said, "The 108 emperors all disappeared in history and are no longer active." Zhou Tong didn't say much, but Xiao Chun was greatly shocked. This was really the ultimate secret of ancient times. At the same time, he was also shocked. How did Zhou Tong know about these things? But subconsciously, Xiao Chun asked, how can emperor-level existences survive? The simplest way is to sever one's blade and stop being an emperor-level expert. Naturally, you can't survive. Zhou Tong was talking about the survival method of one of the 72 emperors. In fact, this method of escaping with one's life was somewhat similar to the method used by the great emperors and ancient emperors of Shrouding Heaven World to create their own forbidden zones. To be able to survive so easily after severing his own blade. Could it be that there is such a stone man king in the myriad realms today? Xiao Chun continued to ask. I don't know. Zhou Tong shook his head. Seeing the worried expression on Xiao Chun's face, Zhou Tong continued, "Don't worry too much. Even if an emperor severed his own blade and dropped his cultivation level, his battle prowess would at most be on par with the Little Stone Emperor before he became an emperor, unless he didn't hesitate to die to recover his Emperor Dao fruit. However, once he recovers his Dao fruit, he will face a situation similar to the Little Stone Emperor." Speaking of which, do you have a stone jar? Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of something and immediately asked, "How do you know?" Xiao Chun was shocked and immediately took out a stone jar. It was a worn-out stone jar. However, when Zhou Tong looked at it with his king-level eyes, the appearance of the jar suddenly disappeared and changed into a different appearance. The jar was in perfect condition. At the same time, the gray jar had turned reddish-black, as if it was made out of blood mixed with mud. Furthermore, a piece of talisman paper covered with drawings had appeared on the opening of the jar, sealing the opening of the jar tightly. There are some emperor-level mysteries in this jar. Zhou Tong took the stone jar and said, "You want to open this jar?" Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He had already had this jar for a while, so he knew very well how terrifying the things in the jar were. "Don't worry. We can use the treasure left behind by the Little Stone Emperor. Come with me." Zhou Tong took Xiao Chun through the barrier of a great world and arrived at a great world that was about to collapse. This world can only last for 10,000 years at most. Xiao Chun sighed. That's right, but this kind of world is the best place. Zhou Tong waved his right hand, and 7 black demonic stars instantly appeared in his palm. These were the 7 demonic stars left behind by the little stone emperor. Xiao Chun, you cultivate the mysterious method of the divine steel. Don't you have a move called Big Dipper Seal the Gods? Let me teach you the changes of this move. Zhou Tong directly threw out the 7 demonic stars as he spoke. Suddenly, the 7 demonic stars enlarged rapidly in the void. In the blink of an eye, they turned into the shape of the Big Dipper and floated in the void. An unimaginably terrifying divine power surged in the void, almost drowning the entire world that was about to collapse. Even the great world seemed to be suppressed, and its collapse was stopped. Xiao Chun, let me borrow your battle sword and divine map. Zhou Tong didn't wait for Xiao Chun's consent. He took the battle sword and divine map out of his body. The divine map is still incomplete, and there are still only 42 battle swords. Zhou Tong shook his head. I can't find the last 7 battle swords. Xiao Chun explained. I know that the 7 battle swords and divine map are in the past and the future. You can only summon the battle swords and divine map when you cultivate the mysterious method of the divine steel to the limit. But it doesn't matter now. The battle swords are not complete, so I'll use the 7 divine weapons left behind by the little stone emperor to replace them for the time being. Zhou Tong took out his 5 divine weapons. At the same time, Xiao Chun also took out the 2 divine weapons he had obtained. With the 7 demonic stars as the eye of the formation and the battle swords and stone soldiers as the foundation, I'll complete the divine map. Big Dipper, demon sealing formation, rise. Zhou Tong moved his hands, and thin lines shot out from Zhou Tong's palms. The laws of order intertwined in the void, and countless great Tao imprints gathered together to make up for the divine map. Boom! In the end, the divine map shook violently, and divine light shone like a green sun. It merged with the 7 black demonic stars in the sky, and the terrifying divine map seemed to have reappeared in the world. The divine map is complete just like that? Xiao Chun was shocked. How can it be complete? Zhou Tong shook his head. The real divine map, even if you gather all 49 battle swords, can't be complete. There's still some things missing. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the divine map to have such an unforeseen event. Zhou Tong continued. Fortunately, there are the 7 demonic stars and 7 stone soldiers left behind by the little stone emperor as the source. Only then can I barely simulate the complete formation and the power of the battle swords and transform it into the Big Dipper demon sealing formation. As he spoke, Zhou Tong threw out his battle armor, which turned into an azure dragon to suppress the entire formation. A truly complete array diagram could only be completed by the 365 great deities of the heavenly steel mysterious technique that had reached the large success stage. This thing was left for the cultivators of the divine steel mystic method. Zhou Tong relied on his understanding of the divine steel mystic method, the battle swords, and the divine map. He relied on the power of the little stone emperor's 7 demonic stars that had been upgraded to the emperor level. He relied on his own understanding of formations to barely make up for it. Even so, this formation was still very far from the real formation because the real formation was used to suppress the real body of an emperor-level expert. However, this array diagram was enough even if this was the case. After all, they weren't facing a genuine emperor-level expert this time. They were merely some shadows and remnants of their strength. That's all. Moreover, he left his battle armor in the formation to provide support. Naturally, there was no problem. Chapter 875. The Big Dipper God Sealing Technique turned into the Big Dipper Demon Sealing Array. Xiao Chun was stunned by Zhou Tong's usage. He had never thought that the mysterious techniques recorded on the divine steel could be used like this. One was a secret technique, and the other was an array. He did not expect them to be connected. He had even changed the array in the divine steel. All the principles in the world are connected. You will understand after cultivating for a while, Zhou Tong said. At the same time, He placed the stone jar into the Big Dipper demon sealing array. "Do we open the stone jar?" Xiao Chen asked. "Not open the stone jar, but enter it." Zhou Tong pulled Xiao Chen into the array. The stone jar was left behind by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Many of the arrangements inside could only be touched by those who had truly cultivated the mysterious techniques of the divine steel. Therefore, he had to pull Xiao Chen in with him. Although he had the 3 sovereign mirror, it was only a pass to enter this place. Even if he encountered danger, it was only a last resort. It could not replace Xiao Chen's existence. "What is this stone jar?" Xiao Chen was a little confused. "The root of all evil passed down from ancient times," Zhou Tong explained casually. Then he opened the seal of the stone jar. In an instant, chi, chi, chi. Suddenly, the stone jar shot out rays of light. It was a strange curse power. It turned into rays of light and rushed toward Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen. But soon, the Big Dipper demon sealing array showed its power and suppressed all the curses. "Let's go." Zhou Tong pulled Xiao Chen into the stone jar. As soon as they entered the stone jar, they were greeted by a terrifying sea of lightning. This was a terrifying restriction. The power of this sea of lightning was equivalent to a king's attack. If Zhou Tong hadn't been by his side, Xiao Chen would have been severely injured the moment he entered. Right? As I recall, this jar seems to have a restrictive array similar to the 18 levels of hell. With a thought, Zhou Tong quickly brought out the 3 sovereign mirror. After activating its divine power, the 3 sovereign mirror emitted waves of multicolored light as it floated beside Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen. The 3 human-shaped traces on the back of the 3 emperor mirror became much clearer, as if they had realized where they were. In the end, they turned into 3 phantoms and appeared on the surface of the mirror. Buzz! A glaring light shone out from the stone mirror and swept towards the sea of lightning. The sea of lightning was immediately split open, revealing the scene below. It was a sea of fire, but the light emitted by the 3 emperors' mirror did not stop. It broke through the sea of fire and entered the blood pool below. The 3 emperor mirrors' power was limitless. Just a beam of light from the mirror broke through more than 10 layers of restrictive arrays, revealing the scene at the bottom. It was a stone cave. "Let's go down." Zhou Tong led Xiao Chen forward. Soon, they entered the stone cave. It was chaotic in the distance. They couldn't see anything. Not far away, there was only a stone wall. There was a huge stone cave in the stone wall. Boom! Clang! 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 At the same time, the sound of iron chains shaking was like drum beats beating on their eardrums. It was extremely uncomfortable. This is the interior of the stone jar? So that's where the sound of chains came from. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. At the same time, he looked up at the sky. The light emitted by the 3 emperors' mirror had dissipated. The sky was chaotic and nothing could be seen. It was as if the sea of lightning and the blood pool had been an illusion. "How are we going to get out later?" Xiao Chen asked. "The 3 emperors' mirror is a token to enter and leave this place. As long as you follow me, you will be able to leave." Zhou Tong replied. Then he walked directly into the stone cave in front of them. After walking for a short while, a flickering, ghost-like flame appeared in front of them. These flames had the feeling of a vast ocean, and they swept directly towards the 2 of them. However, the 3 emperors' mirror shone slightly. The fierce flames seemed to turn into a gentle lake, flowing gently past the 2 of them. Xiao Chen, who was at the side, stretched out his hand to sense it. He immediately felt as if his divine sense had been ignited. He was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his divine sense. "Don't try it. This place is very dangerous. If you touch some restrictive array that even I don't know about, it will be troublesome." Zhou Tong noticed Xiao Chen's actions and smiled. Xiao Chen nodded and followed closely behind Zhou Tong. After walking for less than 3 miles, the front gradually opened up. A swamp with a radius of about 1 mile appeared. This swamp was extremely muddy and smelled very foul. It was impossible to tell what had been rotting here for tens of thousands of years. After crossing the swamp, the front became more and more open. When they reached the end, an ocean appeared. There was a huge island in the ocean. There were countless palaces there, and in the center of the island was a gloomy stone prison. This stone prison was trapped in the center of countless palaces. It was also the source of the sound of the iron chains vibrating. Zhou Tong was extremely fast. He directly led Xiao Chen forward. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the island. Rumble! At this moment, the seawater surged and huge waves surged. It was as if a tsunami had suddenly occurred. They saw a strange headless man with a pair of stone king wings on his back. He was riding on a stone beast and holding a phoenix wing stone drum. He rushed toward the two of them. "Stop here!" The winged headless man let out an ear-piercing voice. It sounded like fingernails scratching against glass or metal. Moreover, he was stuttering and seemed to be delirious. After a long while, he continued to ask, "Who are you?" "I'm here to find the source of all evil," Zhou Tong said directly. "To find the source of all evil. Is there the 3 Emperors' Mirror, the 5 Emperors' Pagoda?" The winged headless man asked. Zhou Tong activated his divine power again, and the 3 Emperors' Mirror immediately burst out with a brilliant light. The 3 Emperors' Mirror. The token is correct. Please. The headless man seemed to be leading the way. He directly rode on the stone beast and signaled for Zhou Tong and the others to follow. Xiao Chun was shocked as he walked. He didn't expect that they really needed the 3 Emperors' Mirror as a token to enter. But how did the Edisaurus know about this? However, Xiao Chun didn't think too much about this question. He looked at the headless man leading the way and thought to himself, "It seems that this thing isn't a living person. It's something like a puppet. The living stone man king was killed and refined into a puppet to guard this place." Soon, Zhou Tong and Xiao Chun followed the headless man to the island. The island was lush and verdant with dense forests, but the headless puppet-like monster did not continue forward. This area should be a forbidden zone for him, a place where he could not advance. From now on, they could only rely on Zhou Tong and the others to advance. Chapter 876. Get out. Kill our way out. Not long after entering the island, voices could be heard. At first, it was only one voice, but soon it became tens of thousands of voices. Could it be that the prisoners here want to escape? Xiao Chun was a little shocked. They must be prisoners. Some of the prisoners who made mistakes in the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' time were imprisoned here. I don't know how many years have passed. They must have gone crazy by now, Zhou Tong said. It had been hundreds of millions of years since ancient times. This long and endless life of imprisonment was enough to drive the Stone Man King crazy. It was like a mortal being who would go crazy in 2 or 3 days if he was imprisoned in a dark room. Even if the Stone Man King's willpower was stronger, hundreds of millions of years were too long. Of course, the most important reason was that this was a prison. In this place, one could not draw on the power of the outside world to cultivate. One could only passively consume one's own power. Therefore, the Stone Man King could not withstand it. Otherwise, the Stone Man King could have spent hundreds of millions of years cultivating. Zhou Tong walked forward. The 3 Emperors' Mirror also emitted a brilliant light. Those voices seemed to be afraid and soon stopped. In front of them was a turbid water that covered an area of about 5 to 6 miles. In the lake, there were a few broken limbs of the Stone Man King floating. Surprisingly, these stone bodies did not sink into the water. Instead, they floated on the surface of the water like bubbles. Moreover, the body of the Stone Man King, which was originally indestructible, seemed to have been corroded beyond recognition by the lake water. Splash! Suddenly, a clamshell reappeared from the lake water. As soon as it appeared, it immediately flipped. Wrapped in monstrous waves, it directly grabbed at Zhou Tong and Xiao Chun. The two could even see clearly that in the rotten flesh inside the clamshell, there was a stone man's leg that was about to be digested. Swoosh! However, just as the clamshell was about to swallow Zhou Tong, the 3 Emperors' Mirror above his head suddenly flashed with a divine light. The Three Emperors mirror was the third divine weapon of the immemorial era. The divine light it shot out could penetrate everything, and the clamshell was no exception. Its body was directly penetrated. Rotten flesh splattered everywhere as the clamshell shattered. Refine. Zhou Tong didn't say anything. He raised his hand and took the clam's corpse and the Stone Man King's body parts from the lake. Then, as he walked, he refined them into origin chi and poured it into his inner world. Another existence comparable to a stone man has been refined to death. Xiao Chun was no longer surprised. Zhou Tong had refined countless Stone Man King to death along the way. He was guessing where Zhou Tong had sent the essence of these stone men to. However, on the other side, Zhou Tong was also overjoyed. He didn't know how many Stone Man King's body parts he had collected along the way. After refining these things, he didn't even know how much essence he would obtain. Moreover, this place was originally a cage. Who knew how many Stone Man King's body parts there were in front of him? Coming here now was like picking up treasures. Moreover, it was safe and without danger. Along the way, he picked up the Stone Man King's body parts and advanced. Finally, the two of them arrived at the center of the island. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless stretch of palaces in front of them. At the center of this stretch of palaces was a stone prison. Zhou Tong knew that the Five Emperors' Pagoda and the origin of all evil were there. The Five Emperors' Pagoda was a stone weapon refined by the Five Emperors of the immemorial era. This pagoda was known as the fourth divine weapon of the immemorial era. As for the origin of all evil, it was the demonic origin that had been sealed in the immemorial era. It contained the ultimate divine powers of 15 Emperor Realm experts. Could it be that every palace here is a cage? Xiao Chen asked. Of course. Zhou Tong nodded. Then, under Xiao Chen's shocked gaze, he made his move. Boom. He raised his hand and directly destroyed a palace. Immediately after, a faint shadow rushed out of the shattered palace and pounced on Zhou Tong in a frenzied manner. This was clearly a soul that had already gone mad. This was the soul of the Stone Man King. It had been imprisoned here for hundreds of millions of years. Even their bodies had been destroyed. The Stone Man King's body couldn't withstand the erosion of time and turned into dust. However, even if you've gone mad, even if you've weakened, the great Tao brand in the depths of your body will not dissipate. Zhou Tong directly raised his hand and suppressed the crazy Stone Man King's soul. After he left, he would slowly search for the great Tao brand in these souls. When Zhou Tong left this palace, it had already recovered, as if it had a life of its own. Zhou Tong didn't stay any longer. He directly turned and entered the second palace. With a loud boom, this palace was directly destroyed. Another crazy soul rushed out and madly attacked Zhou Tong. However, it was still only a soul that was delirious and extremely weak. It was naturally far from being Zhou Tong's match, and he easily suppressed the second soul. After he left, this palace also returned to its original state. In this way, Zhou Tong continued to advance, constantly destroying the palaces and releasing the souls inside. Of course, some of the souls in the palaces had already dissipated after being suppressed and sealed for countless years. The ones left behind were the more powerful ones. After some palaces were broken, 3 or 4 souls even rushed out. As Zhou Tong moved forward, he suppressed the souls of 78 stone golem kings. By the time he finished his tour of the palace, he had already suppressed 78 stone golem kings. These Stone Man King souls were the greatest wealth here. What a pity. If it had been 10,000 years earlier, I'm afraid I could have gotten 7 or 8 Stone Man King souls. Unfortunately, they have all rotted away with time and the passage of time. At its peak, this place probably suppressed 300 or 400 Stone Man King souls, Zhou Tong thought to himself. It had to be said that the cultivation environment in the primordial age was too good. There were too many Stone Man King souls. Even if they were suppressed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there were still hundreds of Stone Man King souls that were causing trouble everywhere. Xiao Chun, who was at the side, was a little envious. Zhou Tong had suppressed too many Stone Man King's souls along the way. One soul was a Great Path imprint. Just this round alone had obtained a total of 78 Great Dao brands. Could it be that the Edisaurus really wants to follow the path of the Little Stone Emperor? Xiao Qin suddenly thought of the fact that the Little Stone Emperor had also used 7 Dead Stone Man King's Great Path imprints when he transformed. If that's the case, then his ambition might be even bigger than the Little Stone Emperor's. The Little Stone Emperor only has 7 people and 7 corpses. If he really wants to create 80 or 90 corpses, the effect will probably be even stronger, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Of course, Xiao Chun didn't know the transformation method of the Little Stone Emperor. 7 people and 7 corpses represented the balance of life and death, which corresponded to the fusion of 1 life and 1 death. If Zhou Tong wanted to use these Great Path imprints to transform, then he would need to find 80 or 90 living Stone Man King souls to refine the Great Path together. But now in the myriad worlds, where could there be so many Stone Man King souls? Chapter 877. Zhou Tong broke through the cages and the palaces one by one, releasing the king-level souls that were suppressed within. Finally, after visiting all the palaces on the island, he finally moved towards the stone prison in the center of the island. The stone prison in the core area was at least 10,000 feet tall, but it was gloomy. The sound of iron chains shaking could be heard from it, causing the entire stone prison to shake violently. When Xiao Chun arrived at this place, he couldn't help but shudder. The sound here was simply too terrifying. Gee, all of a sudden, a brilliant rainbow light shot out like a sword light, directly piercing towards Zhou Tong. This rainbow was not a sword light at all, but a beam of light condensed from the Order of the Great Path. Its power was unparalleled. Logically speaking, a king-level expert could also condense a beam of the Great Path like this, but it was only as thick as a strand of hair. However, this beam of light was as thick as a finger. Just this strength alone was many times stronger than a king-level expert's. Buzz! In the face of this beam of light, Zhou Tong naturally did not dare to block it. He immediately activated the 3 Emperor's Mirror to block it. As soon as the 3 Emperor's Mirror appeared, the beam of light stopped and did not continue to attack. At this time, Zhou Tong and Xiao Chun saw clearly that the light was emitted by a stone sword hanging on the door of the stone prison. This sword is actually so strong without anyone controlling it. Xiao Chun was a little scared. He instinctively sensed that even Zhou Tong might not be able to block the divine power of this sword. This was a first-class weapon of the Little Stone Emperor. This is the sword of the 5 emperors in the past. If I'm not wrong, this sword might be the legendary Soaring Sky. Zhou Tong looked at the sword and said leisurely. Legend had it that among the 5 emperors, only Xian Yuan and Zhuanxu were good at using swords. Xian Yuan had the Xian Yuan sword, and Zhuanxu had the Soaring Sky sword and the Painting Shadow sword. This sword was clearly different from Emperor Huang Xuanyuan's Xian Yuan sword and Shadow Painting sword. The Xian Yuan sword's blade was thick and wide, while the Shadow Painting sword was slender. The sword in front of him was of a more normal style. It was clearly not the Xian Yuan sword or the Shadow Painting sword. It was most likely the Soaring sword. In the original work, this sword had pierced through Nuwa's emperor-level body without an owner. Obviously, this sword was also an emperor-level weapon. Soaring Sky sword, the legendary weapon of the 5 emperors. Xiao Chun sized up the sword. At the same time, he also sized up the stone prison in front of him. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. This stone prison, why does it look like a pagoda? Xiao Chun was suddenly shocked. The stone prison in front of him looked like a broken pagoda with only 2 floors left. Could this be the legendary 5 Emperors Pagoda? Xiao Chun was shocked. Yes, this is the 5 Emperors Pagoda, the legendary 4th immemorial mystical weapon. Unfortunately, like Pangu's axe, it was damaged in a great battle before the immemorial era. Zhou Tong shook his head. However, his gaze was fixed on the Soaring Sky sword. In the original work, this sword was shattered by Nuwa after the battle with Nuwa's body. It was a pity that such a precious emperor-level sword was destroyed just like that. Most of the treasures in this world cannot be brought back, especially the 3 Emperors' Mirror and the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. However, this sword is an exception. In the original work, it was shattered by Niwa. This is enough to show that the 3 Emperors and 5 Emperors do not need this sword. Zhou thought to himself. Then, he activated the 3 Emperors' Mirror, clang. The soaring sky sword turned into a ray of light and fell from the door, landing next to Zhou. After Zhou grasped the sword, a black vortex appeared, swallowing Zhou and Xiao Chun in the blink of an eye. When the two came back to their senses, they were already inside the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. The interior of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda was very spacious. It was like a huge square that was several square kilometers in size. This is the interior of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. Xiao Chun was excited. He had never thought that he would have the chance to get close to this legendary weapon. Yes, this is the interior of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take advantage of it and gain enlightenment of the 5 Emperors' Tao. As Zhou spoke, he had already looked at the stone walls surrounding the square. There were 5 engravings there, each of which manifested 5 figures. Of the 5 figures, some are forming hand seals, some are clenching their fists, some are pointing their fingers like swords, some were sitting cross-legged, and some were dancing. These postures did not pretend to be profound. Some were simple and direct, and some were just displaying their supreme Taoist seals without holding back. These 5 simple carvings and 5 postures spoke of the most fundamental mysteries of the 5 emperors. They expressed the most majestic imprint of the great Tao. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had a chance to comprehend the most fundamental great Tao of the Emperor realm. Zhou divine sense spread out. It was as if he had become one with the 5 carvings. In that moment, he was completely immersed in the Tao. It was not just Zhou. Even Xiao Chun was completely immersed in the Tao of the 5 emperors. The two of them seemed to have transformed into the 5 emperors, their hands constantly moving in the air. Their movements were slow, but powerful. Even the 5 Emperors' Pagoda seemed to be shaken by their hands, constantly shaking. Clang! At this time, a thick chain extended from the 2nd level of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. It was like a divine dragon, directly sweeping towards Zhou and Xiao Chun. Zhou opened his eyes and immediately used the 5 Emperors' Tao seals. Immediately, the 5 carvings shone with light, and the power of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda appeared through the walls. It turned into a fist that struck the chain. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the iron chain was almost broken by the fist. This strike was like a python that had been hit at its weakest point. It immediately withered and retreated to the 2nd level. Xiao Chen also abruptly woke up from his enlightenment. The root of all evil is on the 2nd level. Don't go up, Zhou reminded Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen nodded. He was not stupid enough to go up there to find the root of all evil. You've memorized all 5 carvings. Let's go. Zhou did not linger. He wanted to leave immediately. Obtaining an Emperor-class sword was more than enough. He wanted to take away the 1st level of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda to study it. Unfortunately, even with the 3 Emperors' Mirror, he could not take it away. In the original book, Xiao Chun could take away the 1st level of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda because he had Niwa's Emperor-class body. Without an Emperor-class expert, who could break the connection between the 1st and 2nd levels of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda, I memorized it, Xiao Chun replied. That's good. Time to go. Zhou immediately activated the 3 Emperors' Mirror. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared, and the two of them left the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. Chapter 878. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, Zhou and Xiao Chun left the stone jar at the same time and reappeared in the Big Dipper Demon Ceiling Formation. But now, the Big Dipper Demon Ceiling Formation had completely turned into darkness. Zhou opened the seal of the stone jar, so naturally The most terrifying curse contained in it reappeared in the world. This was a curse that was enough to make the Stone Man King tremble. Fortunately, Zhou had set up a formation to suppress this place with the Devil Star of the Little Stone Emperor, the Battle Sword, and the divine map left behind by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Otherwise, he might have been infected by this curse as soon as he came out and become seriously ill. What's more, Xiao Chun might even die. What a terrifying curse. Looking at the darkness around him, Xiao Chun was a little scared. Buzz! Zhou immediately activated the 3 sovereigns' mirror. Suddenly, endless light burst out and forced the curse back into the stone jar. Then, he sealed the lid of the stone jar again and handed the stone jar to Xiao Chun. Then, he dismantled all the formations that he had set up before and returned all the formation tools to their original owners. However, when Zhou returned the battle sword and divine map to Xiao Chun and was about to leave, he saw that Xiao Chun's expression seemed a little strange. He asked directly, "What's with that expression? Do you really want to break through to the Emperor stage like the Little Stone Emperor?" Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment and asked, "Who knows?" However, no cultivator would want to miss the peak scenery. Zhou shook his head and left after saying that. He also roughly understood what Xiao Chun was thinking. However, he still had to leave this world in the end. Instead of inexplicably disappearing at that time and causing the dragon race to be worried, he might as well tell them that he had died while trying to break through to the Emperor level. After separating from Xiao Chun, Zhou directly tore through the Great World Barrier and descended into the depths of the world of death. He was going to find the 8th heavenly monument. He walked into the depths of the world of death for half a day and finally approached the place where the 8th heavenly monument was. Boom! However, at this moment, he suddenly saw lightning descending from the sky. Divine lightning as thick as a mountain range shattered the void and shook the heavens. There was even blood-red lightning streaking across the sky. Amidst the endless thunderbolts, a huge steel was emitting an incomparably powerful aura. He actually came out so quickly. Zhou face lit up slightly. He saw a stone man king flying around the divine steel. From time to time, he would reach out and pat the divine steel. As he patted it, countless ancient words and diagrams appeared on the originally blank 8th steel. It was incomparably mysterious. Hongjuan's original body. Haha, I just wanted to wait for you here, but I didn't expect you to appear here directly. It's really better to come early than to come at the right time. Zhou chuckled. During the false god tribulation, the Hongjun that Zhou killed was just a projection of the Stone Man King in front of him. This Stone Man King had been hiding here to study the divine steel. He wanted to obtain the Great Path imprint in the divine steel. Zhou had wanted to kill this Stone Man King for a long time, but he had never had the time. Now he had the time to deal with him. Kill! Accompanied by a murderous roar, Zhou leaped into the air. An earth-shattering dragon fist suddenly punched out. His entire body erupted with azure light, especially his fist, which was incomparably brilliant. The terrifying divine light transformed into an ancestral dragon that coiled around his arm. The fluctuations of power shook the world. Who is it? Hongjun, who was hitting the divine steel, suddenly woke up. He sensed that someone was attacking him. He immediately turned his head and exclaimed, "Edisaurus, it's you." In shock, Hongjun immediately retreated. However, he had lost the initiative and could no longer avoid this punch. He could only throw out a stone seal. He had to give up a stone soldier to give himself a chance to fight back. Crack! The moment the stone seal collided with Zhou dragon fist, it made a trembling sound. Fine cracks covered the stone seal. Then, it exploded and shattered in the void. Zhou dragon fist was invincible and unparalleled. At the same time that the stone seal was shattered, the fist momentum also blasted to Hongjun's side. However, the stone seal still gave Hongjun a chance to catch his breath. He suddenly stretched out his palm and collided with Zhou dragon fist. Boom! This collision caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Endless lightning flashed in the void, and there was even a rain of blood. Endless strange phenomena shook the entire world of death in an instant. It's extremely difficult to make the divine steel manifest its profound meaning. I spent so much effort to make the divine steel manifest the great path imprint, but now it's all destroyed. Edisaurus, you ruined my plan. You deserve to die. Hongjun roared after the attack. Not only did the divine steel's profound meaning that he spent so much effort to manifest was destroyed, but also the hatred of his projection being killed. At this moment, both new and old hatred surged in his heart. Hongjun attacked with all his strength. Hongjun, your projection dared to attack Jojo. This is your way of courting death. Zhotong was also waving his fist to suppress Hongjun. For a moment, the battle was intense. Countless cracks in the void appeared around Zhotong and Hongjun, rushing in all directions. Both of them were supreme warriors among the kings. Every move of theirs could swallow mountains and rivers. Every move of theirs could shatter the sky and the earth. One had to know that this was the world of death. This world was more stable than countless large worlds and was comparable to the primitive heaven realm. Even so, it was still torn apart by the aftermath of the two of them. The pitch-black cracks in the void were filled by Zhotong's fist force and Hongjun's palm shadows. They were like thousands of the most terrifying thunderbolts, crisscrossing and becoming more and more terrifying. Blood rained down in the void, and gods and devils wailed. This was not real blood, nor were they real gods and devils. They were the imprints of the powerhouses of the past in the world of death. Zhotong was a supreme powerhouse who was extremely close to a ruler, and his combat power was unparalleled. Hongjun was the other true body of the Purple Cloud Stone King. The Purple Cloud Stone King was an old antique who had survived since the ancient times. It was even possible that he had seen a real ruler. Hongjun's combat power was definitely far superior to that of countless Stone Man King. The battle between the two of them triggered the imprints of the entire world of death, causing a phenomenon to soar into the sky. For a moment, the entire world of death was shaken. Some Stone Man King who lived here raised their heads to look at the divine steel and the two of them who were fighting. It's him? That Stone King named Hongjun? He's actually so strong? He can compete with Edisaurus? A Stone Man King who knew Hongjun was shocked by Hongjun's strength. Just the strength he displayed was enough to surpass countless Stone Man King. But more than that, the Stone Puppet Kings seemed to have noticed something unusual. But is it just my imagination? Edisaurus's combat power seems to have weakened. Strange, Edisaurus seems to be weaker than when he fought against the ancestors of the other world. Is it because his injuries haven't healed after he collided with that unknown demonic shadow? That's right. It's only been more than 10,000 years. With such serious injuries, even if he's a perfect Supreme Zhu Shun, it'll be difficult for him to completely recover. Perhaps this is a perfect opportunity. We mustn't let him recover from his injuries. Otherwise, won't we have to look up to him in the future? Most of the Stone Man King's understanding of Zhotong was still stuck at the time when they were in the other world. After all, the incident with the Little Stone Emperor happened in the primitive heaven realm. Moreover, only the remaining 4 Stone Man King knew the specific details. The others only knew that the Little Stone Emperor had broken through to an unprecedented realm and then died. As long as the Stone Man King didn't talk nonsense, no one knew the specific details. In fact, most of the Stone Man King didn't even know that Zhotong had taken everything in the Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum. Chapter 879. At the same time, in the east of the primitive realm, it was a vast lake with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It could even be called a sea. It was even bigger than the oceans in the ordinary world. However, it was indeed a freshwater lake surrounded by the vast land of the primitive realm. Looking from afar, the huge freshwater lake was surrounded by faint purple chi. The spiritual chi on the surface of the lake was extremely dense. Rumble. At this moment, purple chi suddenly emerged from the lake. At the same time, the water within tens of thousands of miles began to shake. The purple chi came from the east, and the void began to crack. An endless mountain range appeared on the surface of the lake. The mountain was majestic and boundless. It was purple all over. On the main peak in the middle of the mountain range, there was a magnificent purple palace, the Purple Cloud Palace. With the appearance of the Purple Cloud Palace, the water within tens of thousands of miles surged with purple chi. The entire sacred mountain was shrouded in the light. The gate of the Purple Cloud Palace suddenly opened. A ragged stone man sat cross-legged on the ground. He was covered in dust, as if he hadn't moved for tens of thousands of years. This man was the Purple Cloud Stone King, who everyone in the primitive realm thought was dead. He was also the oldest Stone King in the entire Heaven Realm. Crack! Like two purple lightning bolts flashing across the void, the Stone Man King finally opened his eyes. There was a horrifying, killing intent in his eyes. My other true body was suppressed by the Edisaurus. If I don't make a move now, I might die. The Purple Cloud Stone King's face was a bit ugly. He had been pretending to be dead in the primitive realm all these years to cultivate his second true body. But now, his second true body was finally going to be seen by everyone. Edisaurus, do you think you're invincible just because you defeated the ancestors of the other world? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Violet Heaven Stone King's face was cold. He moved instantly. He turned into a ray of violet light and streaked across the sky of the primitive realm. He was so majestic that nothing could be seen. The Purple Firmament Stone King had pretended to be dead for countless years. Now that he had reappeared, he needed someone to show off his might. At this moment, more than half of the cultivators in the entire prehistoric Heaven Realm could see a boundless purple cloud moving out from the east, majestically crossing the sky. This purple aura is him, Purple Cloud Stone King. He really didn't die. The Purple Firmament Stone King is out again. Back then, after the battle with the Holy Maiden of the Heaven-defying clan, I thought that he had already fallen. I didn't expect that not only did he not die, he even went one step further. Countless Stone Man King looked at the purple aura in the sky, his heart filled with complex emotions. A big shot from the Heaven Realm had been born. The purple gas filled the Heaven Realm, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Purple Firmament Stone King tore open the world barrier and left the Heaven Realm. At the same time, in the world of death, Hong Jun was completely suppressed by Zhou Tong. His entire body was covered in golden stone man blood, and countless stone fragments were flying around. The stone body all over his body had cracked. Roar! At this moment, a long roar came from the direction of the prehistoric Heaven Realm. Accompanied by the mighty purple aura, a seemingly broken stone man king rushed over. He was extremely powerful and had boundless divine power, which made people tremble. Purple Firmament and Hong Jun become one. Yin and Yang Tai Chi. Endless growth. With a wild roar, the Purple Firmament Stone King and Hong Jun instantly merged into one, turning into a huge Tai Chi diagram. In just a moment, his cultivation directly rose to the highest level of the Stone Man King. He alone was enough to fight against several Stone Man King together. At this moment, countless people in the world of death were shocked. There was actually such a person who had cultivated two real bodies, and at the same time he had made the ultimate leap and turned into the Stone Man King. Now, they were merged in such a way. Purple Firmament Stone King, you finally showed up. Zhou Tong looked indifferent, but there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. The Purple Firmament Stone King was originally the most powerful Stone Man King. Now, with the combination of his two bodies, he was even more powerful. Unfortunately, his two bodies did not merge, but formed something like a Tai Chi diagram. Unfortunately, I thought your two bodies could perfectly merge into one, but you're still far from it. Zhou Tong's voice was full of disappointment. If my two bodies really merge into one, I'm afraid that no one in the world can match me now, unless the little Stone King is reborn. The Purple Firmament Stone King was very confident. He believed that if his two bodies really merged into one, he would definitely be an expert comparable to the Little Stone King. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "No, you're far from the Little Stone King. Even if your two bodies merge into one, you're far from the Little Stone King. Even if your two bodies really merge into one, you'll only reach the state before the Little Stone King transformed into an emperor. Even so, it's enough to kill you," the Purple Firmament Stone King and Hong Jun said at the same time. True Dragon Seal. Zhou Tong did not bother to say more. He just struck out a divine seal. A true dragon ran through the world and instantly descended with the endless power of the world. It formed a huge divine seal and covered the Purple Firmament Stone King. The void shook and everything turned into nothingness. What? Your strength? You actually held back before. The true dragon seal made the Purple Firmament Stone King's face change drastically. At this moment, he was no longer as calm as before. Instead, there was a trace of shock and anger. Zhou Tong's murderous intent soared as he activated the true dragon seal. When he fought with Hong Jun before, he held back because he was afraid that his true strength would scare the Purple Firmament Stone King, causing the Purple Firmament Stone King to hide directly. Now that the Purple Firmament Stone King had appeared, Zhou Tong naturally did not hold back anymore and attacked with all his strength. Damn it, I'm going to use all my trump cards today. The Purple Firmament Stone King's hidden trump card was finally going to reveal itself. The Purple Firmament Stone King waved his hand, and a huge stone pagoda rushed out to meet Zhou Tong's true dragon seal. 5 Emperors Pagoda. A single level 5 Emperors Pagoda. No one had expected the Purple Firmament Stone King to have such a pagoda. While the Purple Firmament Stone King was faking his death, he had been cultivating his other true body and refining this level of the 5 Emperors Pagoda. Boom! The true dragon seal met the 5 Emperors Pagoda head-on. The river of time shattered, and the past, present, and future were thrown into chaos. The endless power of time was shattered, and an unprecedented collapse occurred. However, the 5 Emperors Pagoda was still the 5 Emperors Pagoda, and Zhou Tong was still sent flying. Edisaurus, you will die today. The Purple Firmament Stone King continued to use the 5 Emperors Pagoda to chase after Zhou Tong. Fight! Facing the 5 Emperors Pagoda, Zhou Tong was excited. He did not take out the Soaring Sword or the 3 Emperors Mirror. Instead, he took out his own armor and the Edisaurus sword. He wanted to use his own strength to fight the 5 Emperors Pagoda. After all, this was only a 1-level pagoda. Even though it was the 4th sacred weapon of the past, it was still much weaker with only 1 level. Zhou Tong did not believe that he could not handle it. An earth-shattering battle began. The 5 Emperors Pagoda, under the combined power of the Purple Firmament Stone King and Hong Jun, pushed Zhou Tong back continuously. This was a battle between the strongest kings below the Emperor level. In fact, it was very close to the Emperor level. Facing the pressure of the 5 Emperors Pagoda, Zhou Tong pushed his cultivation to the limit. For him, this was a test and also a way to gain enlightenment through battle. In the continuous battle, Zhou Tong, the Purple Firmament Stone King, and Hong Jun all pushed their battle strength to the limit. Their vast battle strength shook the heavens and the earth. However, in the battle, Zhou Tong clashed with the 5 Emperors Pagoda. Every clash shook the 5 Emperors' great Tao imprints in his body. In the battle, Zhou Tong seemed to hear 5 voices explaining the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was a very strange feeling. It was both real and illusory. He was clearly fighting, but he felt like he was listening to the 5 Emperors' great Tao. Countless great Tao, profound meanings resonated with Zhou Tong. Every time he swung his fist, every time he swung his sword, the power would increase, and increase again. In the beginning, he was suppressed by the 5 Emperors Pagoda. However, as he improved and resonated with the 5 Emperors Pagoda, he gradually became on par with his opponent. On the other side, the Purple Firmament Stone King was both shocked and angry. This opponent was using him as a whetstone to become stronger. He could vaguely feel that his five emperors pagoda was slowly slipping out of his control. Kill. Finally, Zhou Tong seemed to have comprehended something. He suddenly slashed out with his sword. The sword seemed to have broken through the shackles of time and space. The ancestral dragon sword turned into a true dragon that soared above the void and time. It ignored the shackles of time and space and soared across the sky. If one looked carefully, it was as if time was flowing backward. Everything in the world was moving backward. The Edisaurus sword's power was boundless. The sword light rushed out like a dragon, cutting Hong Jun in half. Then, Zhou Tong punched out. If Xiaoqin was here, he would definitely recognize that Zhou Tong's punch was exactly the same as the five emperors' pagoda's engravings. In the endless, dazzling fist, the purple firmament stone king was shattered. Dong! The purple firmament stone king and Hong Jun fell at the same time. The five emperors' pagoda lost control and fell heavily on the ground of the world of death. A bottomless abyss appeared. Chapter 880. The Purple Cloud Stone King and Hong Jun are both dead. A giant from the Heaven Realm was shocked. The battle between Zhou Tong, the Purple Cloud Stone King, and Hong Jun had caused too much of a commotion. It had already attracted some giants from the primitive Heaven Realm. But in the end, everyone saw that the Purple Cloud Stone King and Hong Jun had died at the hands of Zhou Tong. The Purple Cloud Stone King and Hong Jun were both the most powerful kings. When the two of them combined, they became even stronger. Moreover, they had a level of the five Emperor Pagoda in their hands. With such a terrifying combination, they still lost to Edisaurus. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhou Tong as if they were looking at the little stone emperor. Without a doubt, this was a supreme expert that far surpassed all the kings. Edisaurus has become stronger again. I'm afraid he's not far away from the little stone emperor, someone said in their heart. So what if you become stronger? The stronger you are, the closer you are to destruction. In the end, you're just the second little stone emperor, a short-lived emperor. No matter how strong you are, you'll only be destroyed. A stone man king cursed in his heart. The other stone man king who were watching the battle also had different expressions. They were extremely complicated. He's really too strong. He's too close to the emperor level. King Pangu sighed in his heart. If you were born before the ancient times, I'm afraid the 108 emperors would become 109. However, you really didn't take my warning to heart. Moreover, even if you witnessed the tragedy of the little stone emperor with your own eyes, it still can't change your ambition to pursue the Tao. King Pangu couldn't help but have a ridiculous idea in his heart. Was this ancient plan right? Even if he succeeded in the end, he would completely destroy the hope of his descendants to reach the top. Who knew how many descendants who were focused on pursuing the Tao would end up crazy? No, it can't be wrong. Edisaurus is hard to come by in billions of years. It's impossible for him to give up billions of ordinary descendants. King Pangu once again made up his mind. At this moment, after Zhou Tong killed Hong Jun and the Purple Cloud Stone King, he was also a little stunned. That last sword strike and that punch, are they really the five kings Tao? Zhou Tong thought back to the last two strikes and felt a lot of emotions. However, I still need to be careful. After all, this is the Tao of the five thearchs, not my own. You can use it as a reference, but you can't indulge in it. Zhou Tong was also secretly on his guard. The Tao of the five thearchs was too strong. It was too easy to immerse oneself in it and forget one's own Tao path. However, it doesn't matter. I still haven't comprehended the 78 Kings brands I obtained from the ancient cage. These things, in addition to the King's Grand Taos that I obtained in the past, there are a total of 95 King's marks, which should be enough to resist the Tao of the five emperors. Furthermore, I have the 3 sovereign mirror. If I study it carefully, I might be able to find the 3 sovereign brands. I even have the 7 demon stars of the little stone emperor. With these things combined, I shouldn't be addicted. The imprints of the 5 emperors might complement each other, but there would definitely be conflicts with the other imprints. And these conflicts meant that when they were comprehending together, Zhou Tong would not be completely immersed in the Tao of others without anyone noticing. Next, I should spend some time comprehending the Tao. Zhou Tong put away the purple cloud stone king and Hong Jun's bodies and remnant consciousness. The remnant consciousness was refined to extract Hong Jun's Tao brand. The stone body was refined into origin Qi to water the inner world. The stone man's blood was used to cultivate the resurrection grass. After that, he put away the 5 Kings Pagoda that Hong Jun had obtained. After refining it, he placed it near the 8th sky steel. Then, he entered the 5 Kings Pagoda and prepared to enter a long period of seclusion. Although Zhou Tong did this in front of all the Stone Man King, none of the kings dared to attack him or disturb him. He quietly comprehended the Tao with the 5 Kings Pagoda around him. It was as if he was isolated in another dimension. At the same time, the 3 sovereign mirror floated beside him. Behind the mirror, the 3 sovereigns' phantoms seemed to be walking out of the mirror, emitting faint Tao sounds. Not only that, but the 7 demon stars of the Little Stone Emperor also floated around Zhou Tong, emitting bursts of demonic light. The Tao sounds of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and Little Stone Emperor constantly lingered around Zhou Tong's ears. At the same time, he took out the Tao brands of the 95 kings to compare with each other. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Zhou Tong's divine sense and body had become even more powerful. These 1,000 years of meditation had allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the nature of this world's great Tao. Of course, the Tao that Zhou Tong had comprehended the most was the Sky Steel Xian technique. Although the deep-sea god art that he had derived from the Sky Steel Xian technique had been destroyed, the Tao of the Sky Steel Xian technique kept appearing in his mind. Especially now, with the Tao brands of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he knew that the Sky Steel Xian technique was far more profound than he had imagined. As he cultivated, the patterns on the only 9 leaves on his dragon race's sacred tree became more and more complex and mysterious, vaguely showing signs of the essence of some kind of great Tao. After 1,000 years of cultivation, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. He walked out of the 5 Kings Pagoda and looked at the Sky Steel. After 1,000 years, it's time to see the Xian technique of the 8th Sky Steel. The reason he sat there was because he wanted to comprehend the Xian technique of the 8th Sky Steel. He used Hong Jun's method to activate the Sky Steel, and the Xian technique of the Sky Steel appeared. Although it was just a Tao diagram, in Zhou Tong's eyes it was an endless Tao of the Tao. Boundless Tao, boundless charm. Boundless Tao, endless growth, endless transformations, and endless Tao. Zhou Tong's mind was enlightened. In order to truly cultivate the great Tao imprint of the 8th Sky Steel Xian technique, he had to truly cultivate the Sky Steel Xian technique and fully comprehend the Tao of the first 7 Sky Steels. Only by comprehending the Tao of the first 7 Sky Steels and forming his own Tao of the Xiantian Tao would he be able to use the Tao of the 8th Sky Steel to create millions of Tao. Endless Tao, endless growth. Zhou Tong carefully savored the realization in his mind. This realization was very similar to what he had done before. When he was listening to the Tao sounds of the Little Stone King's metamorphosis, he was fusing the other Xian techniques of the Vicious 10 into his true dragon arts. This was actually the same as the Xian techniques of the 8th Sky Steel. With his Xiantian Tao, he could create endless Tao. If he could really complete this step, then his true dragon arts will be able to create the Tao and Tao of the other Vicious 10. But if I continue to improve like this, it will feel like Huang Tian Emperor's embodiment manifestation art. Zhou Tong was speechless. The great Tao was interconnected. The heaven shrouding art and the world of longevity's cultivation system were the same. Zhou Tong studied the Sky Steels for 100 years, then returned to the 5 Emperors' Pagoda and continued to cultivate. I can't bite off more than I can chew. The true dragon arts are not something I can do right now. I should just focus on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years had passed. Many civilizations had passed in the outside world. In this 1,000,000 years, Zhou Tong would come out of seclusion every 1,000 years to study the Xian techniques of the eight sky steel for 100 years. Then, he would enter a new round of seclusion. His cultivation process was very orderly. All sorts of Daos and Dao would be used to complement each other. Bit by bit, they would be added to his true dragon arts, making his Dao and Dao stronger and stronger. If he were to show his true dragon arts to the ancient Chaos era's true dragon race, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize that it was their family treasure art. Chapter 881. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the time of 3 civilizations had passed. At this time, Zhou Tong also opened his eyes. His pupils were a lot deeper than before. During these few civilizations, he had been constantly comprehending the great Tao imprints of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He had been constantly verifying them with the treasured arts of the Vicious 10, as well as the great Daos of the 90 kings. It could be said that he already had the battle prowess of the Little Stone Emperor when he regenerated half of his body. In this world, unless the real body of an emperor appeared, nobody could do anything to him. Even the illusion of an emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Calculating the time, I'm afraid the real decisive battle will start soon. At most, it will take a few tens of thousands of years. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then got up and walked out of the 5 Emperors Pagoda. As he walked out, the single-story 5 Emperors Pagoda quickly shrunk and floated in his palm. Time to return to the great desolate realm to take a look. There is no point in continuing to look at this steel. Zhou Tong took one last look at the 8 steel behind him. Countless Tao diagrams appeared in his eyes. After being here for countless years, he had already branded the innumerable Tao imprints of the 8 steel and turned it into his own. After tearing apart the barrier of the outside world, Zhou Tong quickly returned to the great desolate realm and returned to the Dragon's Island. Once he returned to the Dragon Island, Zhou Tong immediately revealed a trace of astonishment, because there were already 3 huge, immemorial demon cities on the Dragon Island. It's the Azure Dragon King, the Crimson Dragon King, and 10X. Zhou Tong secretly nodded. He discovered that these 3 cities still had abundant life essence. Moreover, they had more or less taken the most crucial step. Within 100 years, they would be able to break out of the city. According to the original work, there was a Black Dragon King who had also reached this step. However, the Black Dragon King had already lost the aura of the Edisaurus. His potential was greatly reduced. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to reach this step. However, there was no Black Dragon King. Instead, there was the Azure Dragon King. He was the same as Zhou Tong, a dragon king from the tyrannical dragon bloodline. After Zhou Tong passed down a legacy that was more suitable for the T-Rex bloodline, the T-Rex bloodline became the number 1 king-class bloodline among the dragons. Naturally, this Azure Dragon King's cultivation speed increased greatly, and its potential also surpassed that of ordinary dragon kings. The 3 of them have also become Edisaurus, and are in the process of transforming. Zhou Tong identified them and immediately confirmed that their auras were Edisaurus. In fact, as long as one surpassed the realm of Zhu Shun, regardless of whether one walked the path of the supreme Zhu Shun or the path of the Stone Man King, the curse of the dragons would become weaker and weaker as one's cultivation improved. The 3 of them had unknowingly transformed into Edisaurus when they were in Boulder City, and the curse did not affect the dragons at all. There's no use for the 5 Emperors Pagoda in my hands. Just leave it here. Zhou Tong did not say much. He casually tossed the 5 Emperors Pagoda into the demon city where the Azure Dragon King was undergoing nirvana. After all, they were dragons from the same bloodline. Naturally, he could not let other dragons take advantage of the good stuff. After patrolling the dragons, Zhou Tong returned to King Panga's palace. Once again, he saw the 10th son of the Edisaurus, Guqian, and his father, Winged Dragon, in a secret room. At this moment, Winged Dragon had already regained his consciousness. He turned back into his human form and sat cross-legged in front of Guqian. "Congratulations, Guqian." Zhou Tong saw this scene and immediately nodded to congratulate him. Guqian nodded with a relaxed expression. He smiled for the first time in a long time and said, "After 3 centuries of hard work, I've finally succeeded. The dragons can produce an Edisaurus like you. It's really beyond imagination." At this moment, Winged Dragon opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong. "Since you've recovered, why don't you go out?" Zhou Tong was curious. "Although I've mostly recovered, there are still some small problems. I still lose control occasionally." Winged Dragon sighed. "But the good news is that I've been normal for longer and longer. I haven't lost control in the past 10 years. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then took out the 3 Emperors mirror. He handed it to Guqian and said, "I'll give this mirror to you. Perhaps it can help your father recover completely." Receiving the 3 Emperors mirror, Guqian's expression changed. Is this the 3 Emperors mirror? You're giving it to me? It's best to give it to you. I don't need it anymore." Zhou Tong shook his head. He had already memorized all the great Tao imprints on the 3 Emperors mirror. Continuing to comprehend it would not yield any results. If he only used the 3 Emperors mirror as a weapon, it would be unnecessary, because unless an emperor descended, no one in the heavens would be a match for him. Even a king with the 3 Emperors mirror would be no exception. After all, Zhou Tong had emperor-grade weapons, including the 7 demon stars and the soaring sword left behind by the Little Stone Emperor. You're not really going to walk the path of the Little Stone Emperor, are you?" Guqian suddenly asked. "Back then, I heard King Panga talk about this problem. Do you really want to explore the path above that? The final battle is approaching. We need your combat power," Guqian said. "It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. If you're worried, I'll go and kill a few more Stone Man King. That's all I have to say. Goodbye." Zhou Tong shook his head and left the secret room directly. He really did not want to get involved in the final battle because there would be all kinds of Emperor-grade masters. At that time, the absolute protagonists would be the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The others could only play a part. Even Xiao Chun was the same. He was just a chess piece. There was no point in getting involved in such a final battle. As for the outcome, Zhou Tong did not have to worry about it. Since his rise to power, how many Stone Golem Kings had he killed? Wolf Fong, Lu Zhan, the Stone Corpse, Ancestor Xiankong, and the Purple Cloud Stone King. How many fierce characters were there? The Purple Cloud Stone King, in particular, was the most terrifying existence. Moreover, he had obtained the 3 Emperors mirror. It should be known that the 3 Emperors mirror in the original book was taken away by a king of the demon clan. In the end, it joined the Otherworld camp. Now, the mirror was on the side of Jiuzhou. Most importantly, how much primordial qi had he preserved for Jiuzhou? When the Otherworld camp descended, how many Otherworld Zhu Shun had he fought to the death? In the original book, Jiuzhou had won a Pyrrhic victory. But now, Zhou Tong had done so many things to weaken the opponents and strengthen the strength of his side. When the final battle came, it would not be a Pyrrhic victory for Jiuzhou. It would definitely be a great victory. Of course, this was the final battle before the Emperor came out. Jiuzhou could win a great victory. If the Emperor came out to reverse everything, it would be a different story. However, if the Emperor really came out to reverse everything, then it would be the same whether Zhou Tong was there or not. It would not affect the final result. Therefore, there was no practical point in getting involved in this final battle. Zhou Tong did not want to get involved in it for a long time. At most, before he left, he would help them kill a few Stone Man King. Chapter 882. Foreign Land, Ancient Ancestral Forbidden Area. This was the most important forbidden area of the Foreign Land, and it was the place where the Foreign Land's divine ancestor had transformed. There was an extremely special imperial city here, which was left behind by the Foreign Land's divine ancestor. And on this day, Zhou Tong quietly came to this place. His divine sense, which was infinitely close to that of an emperor, quietly spread out. During this time, he felt a supreme aura that made people tremble. Other than the Foreign Land's divine ancestor, there's an even stronger emperor aura, but seems to have fallen, and only its aura is left? Oh, I know, it's the Demon Emperor. Zhou Tong thought about the original work and thought to himself. In ancient times, The demon emperor did not hide. His body had been destroyed, but his primordial spirit was placed in the stone city where the foreign land's divine ancestor had undergone nirvana. He used this to escape a disaster and live in the world forever. However, he was unlucky enough to be discovered by the foreign land's divine ancestor, who sent an incarnation and directly refined the demon emperor to death in this city. Of course, the incarnation of the foreign land's divine ancestor was also destroyed by the Little Stone Emperor. After the Little Stone Emperor comprehended the past and the present, he went to the future to fight the incarnation of the foreign land's divine ancestor. Because this city had refined the demon emperor, its power had soared to an unbelievable level. It could even be said that it was very close to supreme treasures like the 3 Emperors' Mirror and the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. Speaking of which, although emperors are extinct, it seems that there are still emperors in some holy items, such as the Emperor's City and the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. What's the principle behind this? Zhou Tong was somewhat puzzled. Those emperors could not exist in the outside world, but they could exist in some holy items. The demon emperor was placed in the Emperor's City. In the original work, Nua's emperor-level body was placed in the 5 Emperors' Pagoda by Xiao Chun, and she was fine. There was also the illusory emperor. After he regained his position as the emperor, he relied on the power of the divine steel to live forever. The laws of heaven and earth have changed, but they can't change the laws inside the items that have already been refined. According to this principle, those who have cultivated to the emperor level shouldn't be affected. Or could it be that the great changes in heaven and earth, or even the incomplete heaven and earth, will affect a ruler's own great path? Zhou Tong was a little hesitant. However, the path of cultivation in the world of immortals has a deep connection with the outside world. The fall of a half-martial ancestor would cause all kinds of mysterious phenomena in the world. The birth of Zhu Shan would even cause the world to congratulate him. For a moment, Zhou Tong thought of the shrouding heaven world's chaotic ancient laws and immortal ancient laws. Cultivating the chaotic ancient arts and immortal ancient arts. Once one became a supreme, they would also draw upon the power of the outside world to baptize the cultivator. Perhaps this kind of cultivation path will have similar problems. No wonder during the ancient chaos era, the surviving true immortals of the 9 heavens and 10 earths all turned themselves into forbidden zones and didn't come out. Maybe one of the reasons was because the heaven and earth were imperfect, and they were afraid that the heaven and earth outside would affect them. The more Zhou Tong comprehended, the more things he thought of. However, these things were only guesses in the end. It was hard to say how much of it was true. Forget it. When I go back and feel the different rules of the heaven and earth, I'll come back and comprehend it again. Zhou Tong shook his head and didn't continue to think about this problem. Instead, he continued to search. Soon he found his target. The Gemini Stone Kings of the Otherworld. They were the 2 most outstanding Stone Kings of the Otherworld. Edisaurus was destroyed by these 2 Stone Man King together. According to Zhou Tong's speculation, these 2 Stone Man King were the source of the dragon's curse. When Edisaurus was destroyed, 4 Stone Kings of the Otherworld took action. Langya, Lu Zhan, and the Gemini Stone King in front of him. After all, the dragons at that time were extremely strong. Edisaurus borrowed the power of the divine monument to have the battle prowess of the Stone Man King. Moreover, Edisaurus' husband, Long, also had the battle prowess of the Stone Man King. This was equivalent to the battle prowess of 2 kings. It was normal for the Otherworld to send out 4 Stone Man Kings. Now, Langya and Lu Zhan were also destroyed by Zhou Tong. Only the last 2 Stone Man King were left. After finding these 2 Stone Man King, Zhou Tong didn't hold back at all and directly attacked like thunder. Dying. The current Zhou Tong was much stronger than before in the history of the 3 civilizations. With one attack, not many Stone Man King could withstand it. His attack instantly killed the Gemini Stone King. Boom! Zhou Tong's attack naturally caused a monstrous fluctuation. A demonic shadow instantly emerged from the stone gate in the Otherworld. A pair of tyrannical eyes directly looked at Zhou Tong. Oh, in the history of the 3 civilizations, the seal of the kings in the other world has been broken. When Zhou Tong saw the demonic shadow again, he immediately smiled. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in the other world, leaving the demonic shadow powerless and furious. After leaving the other world, Zhou Tong returned to the primitive heaven realm. He scanned with his divine sense and found that the curse of the dragons had indeed been broken. The curse of the dragons was indeed caused by Langya, Lu Zhan, and the Gemini Stone King. After killing them, the source was eliminated, and the curse was naturally eliminated. I have nothing to worry about in this world. Next, it's time to wander around. I have been in this world for so long. I have either been training in seclusion or searching for treasures. I haven't really seen the scenery of this world. I haven't experienced the local customs of this world. Since he was about to leave, Zhou Tong didn't want to continue training. Instead, he wanted to see the various local customs of this world of immortals. According to the situation in the original work, after Shao Chun came out of seclusion, it was time to wrap things up. Now that there was no news of Shao Chun, it was likely that the war wouldn't start immediately. Zhou Tong still had a lot of time to go sightseeing. Moreover, now was the best time to see the local customs. Otherwise, after the war, the various worlds would be melted together by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to form a single world, the world of immortals. These scenery were still unique now. After the world of immortals turned into the world of immortals, nothing could be seen. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Over the past 10,000 years, Zhou Tong had been like a carefree immortal, looking at all kinds of sceneries in the universe. In his inner world, he had collected countless spiritual essences from all kinds of worlds, and there were millions of varieties. In the process of sightseeing, Zhou Tong would occasionally go to some ruins or secret realms to explore. Occasionally, he would also find a place with beautiful scenery. Just like an ordinary person, he would work from sunrise to sunset. So much so that when he was in the mood, he would deliberately leave some secret realms and inheritances in some places to bring good fortune to the later generations. In these 10,000 years, Zhou Tong was living a leisurely life. However, on the other side of the 9 continents and the other world, there was a reign of terror. Zhou Tong killed the Gemini Stone Kings and thoroughly angered the other world's forces. Some of their remaining Stone Kings also launched a frenzied revenge on the 9 continents. The entire Chaos Heavenly Realm was involved in it. Many people sought refuge with the Stone Kings of the 9 continents. Their descendants, followers, and disciples all suffered from the frenzied revenge. Naturally, the 9 continents were not to be outdone. The Panga King was extremely powerful. He directly attacked with his stone axe. After a great battle, the 9 continents had the absolute upper hand. At one point, they attacked the headquarters of the other world. However, with the power of the other world's demonic shadow, the 9 continents retreated. Obviously, now is not the time for the decisive battle. But even so, the friction between the 9 continents and the other world was getting more and more intense. Everyone understood that the time for the decisive battle was not far away. But all of this had nothing to do with Zhou Tong, because he had quietly left the world of immortals and returned to the shrouding heaven world. Chapter 883. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded throughout the universe. The boundless divine tribulation was spreading, and the vast sea of thunder was fluctuating. The edge of the universe was shattered, and countless galaxies were turned into dust. At the same time, a supreme law was spreading. Great Emperor Tribulation. 10,000 years after Yi Fan's great Tao dissipated, the Great Emperor Tribulation arrived on time. In Fire Mulberry Star, a golden figure looked at the thunder tribulation in the depths of the starry sky, expressionlessly. His eyes were dull as he muttered, "Ha! Yinru, even you have achieved Tao." In the divine domain, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at Yinru, who was undergoing her tribulation in the starry sky with concern. He knew that this Great Emperor Tribulation would be fine. This was because when they were discussing the new system last time, Yin Ryu had listened to the whole process. Her cultivation had already reached the standard of a great emperor. At that time, if she had not been suppressed by Yi Fan's great Tao, she would have achieved Tao unknowingly. Just like Yi Fan's disciple, Little Song, who had achieved Tao unknowingly. Moreover, with her cultivation, her strength was not weak among the past great emperors. She was a powerful great emperor. Sure enough, when the thunder tribulation dissipated, Yin Ryu's mark was completely branded in heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of Daos in the universe wailed, and everything surrendered to her great Tao. It's done. Zhou Tong nodded secretly. However, she has just become a great emperor and has just integrated with the heavenly core mark. Next, she will probably need to spend 1,000 or 2,000 years to reorganize her great Tao scriptures. Zhou Tong watched Yin Ryu turn into a stream of light and return to the divine realm. She entered seclusion again and entered seclusion. After integrating with the heavenly core mark, her horizons were naturally broadened. She could discover many shortcomings in her scriptures. Therefore, the past great emperors and ancient emperors had to spend a lot of time revising their scriptures after achieving Tao. Yin Ryu was no exception. Buzz. However, at this moment, the reincarnation mirror in Zhou Tong's body suddenly lit up, releasing a mysterious light. The supreme great Tao rules were vast and mighty in the reincarnation mirror, and the bright, eternal light sprinkled down. Finally, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, the figure of an azure dragon appeared on the reincarnation mirror. My true dragon fate has finally returned. This is the second true fate to return. Zhou Tong was overjoyed as his second true fate had returned. Perhaps, with the return of this true fate, he would be able to uncover the secrets of the sixth secret realm. During the years when Zhou Tong was in seclusion, he had been studying his sixth secret realm and the cultivation techniques of the celestial silkworm race. He wanted to create a sixth secret realm that belonged solely to him. According to Zhou Tong's plan, his sixth secret realm would be his true fates. Previously, he had only returned one true fate, so there were many things he couldn't study thoroughly. But now, with a second true fate, perhaps he could compare and see more things. Also, what kind of world did my true dragon true fate go to? What kind of Tao and Dharma did it obtain? Can I use this to cultivate to the immortal king realm? Zhou Tong was getting more and more excited. When the divine striking stone returned with the Yang God world's cultivation system, Zhou Tong had already benefited a lot. If a second, unprecedented cultivation system appeared now, it would naturally greatly increase his cultivation. The sixth secret realm of the heaven-shrouding art represented the immortal king realm. However, it didn't mean that one could only reach the immortal king realm after creating the sixth secret realm. When one's foundation and comprehension were enough, one could directly leap up and become an immortal king. At the very beginning, Huang Tiandi had walked on this path. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At this moment, the dragon's roar continued, and the azure dragon's figure became clearer. Finally, the reincarnation mirror shone brightly. An array of azure light flew out of the mirror and entered the 10 heavenly rings. Soon, the reincarnation mirror returned to its calm state, and a huge azure dragon that was millions of miles long appeared in his 10 heavenly rings. It was like a mountain range that stretched across his 10 heavenly rings. This was his true dragon, true fate. What shocked Zhou Tong the most was that this true dragon, true fate emitted a terrifying aura that made him tremble. Without a doubt, the true dragon, true fate had already surpassed Zhou Tong's original body and reached the immortal king realm. The true dragon, true fate has returned and cultivated to the immortal king realm. Zhou Tong was shocked, but then he was overjoyed. To be able to cultivate to the immortal king realm, one could imagine how terrifying this cultivation system was. It was much more powerful than the worldly immortal martial way and the Yang spirit cultivation system of the Yang God world. His spiritual will immediately connected with the true dragon, true fate. Immediately, an extremely large amount of memories and information fused into Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. The amount of information was simply unimaginable. It was many times larger than the memories and information that the divine striking stone had brought back from the young god world. One could imagine how many years the true dragon True Fate had stayed in that other world. In particular, there was an endless amount of comprehension of the great Tao mixed within. These comprehensions of the great Tao caused Zhou understanding of the great Tao to grow at every moment. The true dragon True Fate was Zhou own life, and his comprehension was Zhou own comprehension. Therefore, there was no sense of disharmony or discomfort when they fused together. As he comprehended, Zhou also understood where his true dragon True Fate had gone. So, it's the world of immortals. It's a pity that I couldn't stay until the end. However, even if I did, it would be useless. Zhou said in his heart. Zhou had been quietly sitting on his Tao platform. The space between his eyebrows emitted a resplendent light, and the divine power in his body began to fluctuate continuously. For a time, the entire divine realm was filled with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, as if a deep sea was pressing down on the hearts of all the cultivators, causing them to feel as if there was an additional Mount Tai in their hearts. Endless memories and comprehensions of the great Tao were integrated into Zhou body in a way that seemed to be enlightening him. His primordial spirit and physical body involuntarily circulated rapidly along with the comprehensions of the great Tao. For a time, the 5 great secret realms in his body began to glow little by little. Within his body, endless runes of the great Tao lit up, and the doors of potential opened one after another. In the process of comprehending the endless great Tao, his 5 great secret realms involuntarily glowed. The treasures and potential in his body also began to become stronger, and stronger. The light was resplendent, and as time passed, it became stronger and stronger. In just a short 1,000 years, the light emitted from Zhou body connected into one. He was like a dazzling sun. At the same time, there was an earth-shattering sound like thunder in his body. The sound of the Tao in his 5 great secret realms shook the sky. His entire body was blazing like a terrifying immortal fire burning the heavens and the earth. Chapter 884. Zhou cultivation was improving. His physical body and primordial spirit were transforming. Terrifying immortal light was surging, and endless auspicious qi was rippling. The entire sea of stars was shaking, and all living beings in the universe were shocked as they looked up at the sky. Heavens, what's going on? What kind of fluctuation is this? I can't take it anymore. A great saint knelt down in fear and looked at the sky in shock. If even this great saint was like this, there was no need to mention the others. In fact, everyone in the universe who was below the boundary emperor level knelt down at this moment. The true dragon True Fate had poured all of its insights into the great Tao into the main body. Zhou cultivation was improving too quickly, and a terrifying aura covered the sky and earth, covering the entire universe. This aura, it's Zhou. How can he be so strong? In the palace of the heavenly court, Yi Fan, who had been reborn and regained his youth, looked in the direction of the divine realm in shock. He was shocked. How could he improve so quickly in just a few years? This aura was so strong that even his body began to tremble. The celestial tyrant emperor, what a powerful aura. Is he going to take that supreme step? The green emperor, who had been reborn, was also shocked. As the green lotus immortal king, he could vaguely sense the supreme immortal king realm above immortals. That's the main body. Is he going to become an immortal king? Is it because the true dragon True Fate has returned? Even Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation, Huang Tianxiao, opened his eyes and exclaimed. In the forbidden area of the ancient desolation, Ruthless also opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the divine realm. Even Yin Ruyu, who had been in seclusion to comprehend the heaven's core seal, opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Boom! In the divine realm, Zhou Tong was still sitting quietly, but his aura was rapidly growing stronger. His cultivation was improving, and the gates of potential in his body were becoming stronger. There were endless treasures in the human body, but most people didn't know how to open them or strengthen them. But now, with the endless memories and insights brought by the true dragon true fate, countless runes appeared on Zhou Tong's body, and endless Tao patterns were branded in his body. These lights were too bright, as if he was bathing in the most brilliant divine fire of the great Tao. Nirvana. However, Zhou Tong's consciousness didn't notice his body's transformation at all. He was still immersed in the insights brought by the true dragon true fate. Boom! Right at this moment, endless runes of the great Tao appeared from all directions, crushing over. Among them, there were countless runes that seeped in from the outer realm and blessed Zhou Tong's body. This was an unimaginable calamity. Of them was immortal is. Since ancient times, countless immortal from the ancient times to the present had fallen, and had fallen at this stage, and had to be. Immortal had been in the past, and had not been to be had been was on immortal. At this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly woke up from the memories he had absorbed. What? This kind of calamity? Zhou Tong was stunned when he woke up. He had suddenly encountered such a terrifying calamity. That's not right. My body and soul have suddenly become so strong. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong sensed his own physical body and soul and was immediately shocked. The strength of his physical body and the power of his soul were too terrifying and vast. I know, the Immortal King Tribulation. I didn't expect that I would trigger the Immortal King Tribulation when I absorbed the true dragon true fate's great Tao comprehension. After Zhou Tong understood this, he immediately left the divine realm and came to the wasteland of the universe. However, when he moved, the endless calamities and tribulations also followed him to the desolate border. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled, and chaos surged. The wasteland of the universe seemed to have turned into a furnace that was tempering his body. Endless great Tao runes seeped in from the outside world. That was the profound meaning of the heavens. What a terrifying calamity. It's even more terrifying than the Dharma creation tribulation. What kind of calamity is it? Yi Fan and the others were paying close attention to Zhou Tong. He knew very well that if it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand any wave of great Tao runes. They would definitely be destroyed immediately. It's really the Immortal King Tribulation. What a powerful body. The Lotus the Arch, who vaguely understood the inside story side. Zhou Tong's body was too powerful. It could completely withstand the impact of such terrifying great Tao runes. Although it was constantly cracking and recovering during the impact, the Lotus the Arch understood that as long as he could withstand it and not die, it wouldn't be considered destruction, but tempering. The tempering would become stronger and stronger. After so many years of cultivation, the indestructible scripture has finally reached great perfection. Finally, during the impact of the last few waves of great Tao runes, Zhou Tong's body was unscathed. He understood that his body had already reached the standard of an immortal king, and his indestructible scripture had finally reached great perfection. However, the real test is about to begin. Zhou Tong knew that the physical body was only the first step of the Immortal King Tribulation. The most important thing was the primordial spirit. Only when the primordial spirit passed this kind of calamity, experienced the baptism of the great Tao of the heavens, and turned into an Immortal King Tao fruit, would it be considered truly perfect. Rumble. The great Tao between heaven and earth was endless. Terrifying great Tao light appeared one after another. Some of them were born in this world, and even more came from the outside world. The endless great Tao turned into beams of light and pierced toward Zhou Tong's head. Buzz! Zhou Tong felt as if thunder had exploded in his ears. The moment his primordial spirit came into contact with these great Tao light beams, it began to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Even the Overlord bell that had been kept on the immortal platform was struck by the great Tao light beams, and the bell waves rippled on the immortal platform. This was the immortal king tribulation. What it tested was the cultivator's primordial spirit, physical body, and great Tao. There was no way to avoid it, and there was no way to use secret treasures to protect one's body. One could only resist it head-on. Even his Tao-confirming weapon was also being tested by the immortal king tribulation. Rumble. Almost in an instant, Zhou Tong was bombarded by dozens of great Tao light beams. His skull, which had been cultivated by the great perfection indestructible scripture, seemed to be about to crack, and his primordial spirit seemed to be about to disperse. The Overlord bell was also trembling constantly, as if it was about to be penetrated by the great Tao light beams. Cracks appeared on the bell's body, as if it was about to shatter. The immortal king tribulation was really too difficult, and this was only the beginning. More great Tao light beams bloomed, and like thousands of divine swords, they continued to penetrate Zhou Tong's head. The terrifying immortal king tribulation continued to integrate the great Tao insights brought by the true dragon's true fate. There's also the eternal light. My Overlord bell also needs to integrate the eternal light brought back from the immortal realm to be further strengthened. Zhou Tong knew that with his current strength, it was still not enough to resist this kind of tribulation. He had to further increase his strength. After all, Zhou Tong's cultivation time was too short. One had to know that even Huangtian Emperor had only officially become an immortal king after 500,000 years of silence. Generally speaking, immortal kings had to go through the test of a long time. And now, for Zhou Tong, the best way was to continue to integrate the great Tao insights. Only the great Tao insights that the true dragon's true fate had cultivated in the immortal realm for millions of years could break through the situation. Not only was the primordial spirit being tortured, Zhou Tong's Tao-confirming weapon was also somewhat unable to withstand it. He had to integrate something like the eternal light to further strengthen it. He bathed in the light of the great Tao and directly sat down cross-legged. He continued to integrate the great Tao insights and used the runes from the immortal king tribulation to refine his primordial spirit. At this moment, the light soared into the sky. His primordial spirit seemed to be burning. The runes of the great Tao interweaved and raged with flames. At the same time, the Overlord bell rumbled. The eternal light poured into the Overlord bell one after another, quickly healing the cracks on the bell. The light soared into the sky. The runes of the great Tao were endless. A terrifying power gradually began to be nurtured from Zhou Tong's body. After a few days, the last light of the great Tao finally dissipated, and Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. The aura of an immortal king covered the sky and earth, shaking the world. All living beings trembled from the bottom of their souls. Even great emperors like Yi Fan, Qing the Arch, and Emperor Ruthless were no exception. Not to mention that they had not yet become immortals. Even if a true immortal or a half-immortal king faced a true immortal king, they would have such signs. It was like the trembling of the soul of a low-level creature when facing a high-level creature. Is this the immortal king realm? It's indeed different from before. Zhou Tong quietly felt the changes in his body and thought to himself. Chapter 885. Immortal King Realm. Zhou Tong stood quietly in the void. The light on his body had been restrained, and only the spot between his eyebrows was still emitting nine-colored light. Dong! A bell rang, and the nine-colored bell floated out from between Zhou Tong's eyebrows. It shook for a long time, and the vast bell waves rose and fell, shaking the entire universe. The bell's body was resplendent, illuminating the sky. After going through the immortal king tribulation, his Tao-confirming weapon had also turned into an immortal king weapon, especially now that it had fused with the eternal light that Zhou Tong had brought back from the world of immortals. This bell emitted a terrifying aura of eternity and indestructibility. At this moment, this bell was the only thing in the universe. Everyone looked at it in shock and felt that it was the only thing in the universe. It was an artifact that had existed since time immemorial. It was the shape of the Grand Tao. Just looking at this bell, countless cultivators in the universe felt as if they were looking at the most original law of the great Tao between heaven and earth. But soon, the immortal light disappeared, and the bell was put away by Zhou Tong again. He took a step and returned to the divine realm. At this moment, Yin Ryu had already come out of seclusion and was waiting for him. What? What was that just now? Yin Ryu asked. Immortal King Tribulation. Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't hide this kind of thing from his wife. Moreover, he took the opportunity to explain to Yin Ryu what an immortal king was. Immortal king, you've already cultivated to this level. Yin Ryu was also dumbfounded. She had just confirmed her Tao, and she didn't expect that her husband had already become an immortal king. By chance and coincidence, I broke through just like that. In fact, if you can live until the next life like me, when you become an immortal in the secular world, you'll only be one step away from becoming a true immortal king. Once you break through that step, you'll have the possibility of becoming an immortal king at any time. Zhou Tong encouraged Yin Ryu. Becoming an immortal in the secular world. I don't know how long it'll take. Yin Ryu was also somewhat speechless. She was still far from becoming an immortal in the secular world, let alone Zhou Tong, who was in the immortal king realm. You have just confirmed your Tao, so you still need some time to stabilize your Tao fruit and further perfect your ancient scripture. Let me give you something first. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and 9 eternal light instantly entered Yin Ryu's body. The 9 beams of eternal light were divided into 3 parts, which nourished the physical body, the primordial spirit, and the Tao-confirming artifact, the green lotus. For a moment, she felt warm all over. She even saw that the marks on her fate wheel were completely wiped away by this ray of light. Even her primordial spirit became much purer. Yin Ryu was shocked. She had already lived for more than 4,000 years in this life. Logically speaking, even if she had attained Tao, she would only have a lifespan of 10,000 years at most. But now, a few rays of light had increased her lifespan by 4,000 years out of thin air. Not only that, but she could also sense that there were still many mysteries that had yet to be revealed. The eternal light has even more mysteries. You will have to rely on yourself to comprehend them, Zhou Tong said with a smile. This thing was the top item in the world of immortals. Moreover, in the world of immortals, the standard of longevity was very low. After the 9 beams of eternal light entered her body constitution would evolve further. It would not be a problem for each beam of eternal light to increase her lifespan by 1,000 years. Conservatively speaking, Yin Ryu's lifespan might be as long as Yi Fan's divine body. Every life would be terrifyingly long, which was enough to make other great emperors and ancient sovereigns envious. Yin Ryu nodded slightly. After spending some time with Zhou Tong, she immediately went into seclusion to continue comprehending the heaven's core imprint. At the same time, she wanted to further refine the eternal light. After Yin Ryu went into seclusion, the deity plane welcomed another guest. A golden path extended from the heavenly court. Yi Fan had arrived at the deity plane. At the same time, lotus flowers filled the sky. The lotus arch had also arrived at the deity plane. The 2 of you, please come in. Zhou Tong's voice transmitted into Yi Fan and the lotus thearcha's minds. The 2 of them were shocked. They did not realize at all that Zhou Tong's divine sense had entered their minds. If Zhou Tong wanted to harm them, he could probably kill them instantly. However, they were old friends. Naturally, they were not afraid of Zhou Tong. The 2 of them openly entered the back garden of the deity plane's main palace. They saw Zhou Tong sitting cross-legged on the Tao platform. Tao friend, you really took that step? The lotus Tharch saw Zhou Tong's unfathomable expression and was immediately shocked. Even his voice trembled slightly. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, I took that step by luck. Is it really that step? Celestial King? The lotus Tharch was shocked. What is a celestial king? Yi Fan did not understand. There was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Zhou had no choice but to explain the Celestial King again. That was a realm above the true immortal realm. In front of the Celestial King, ordinary true immortals were completely ants. When Yi Fan heard this, he fell silent. He had not become an immortal in the secular world yet, but his old classmate was already in Celestial King. This scene was simply like a dream. When I become a Celestial King, this universe will also begin to recover. For a long time in the future, it will be a golden age, and it will become more and more prosperous. Even the future great emperors will have a longer lifespan than the past great emperors. You should be prepared. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and then said to the two of them, when one became a Celestial King, most of the power of the Celestial King tribulation actually came from outside the world. Most of this power was naturally absorbed and refined by Zhou Tong. However, just a little bit of power was enough to cause a huge change in the shrouding heaven world. The great Tao of the entire world was slowly recovering, and some dry Qiankuan also began to recover. The essence of heaven and earth would continue to grow and become stronger and stronger in the future. Of course, the ones who were affected the most were all the living creatures in this world. From the great emperors to the flowers and trees, almost every living creature had obtained a wisp of life essence during the process of Zhou Tong breaking through to the Celestial King realm. This essence was completely useless to the great emperors, but to mortals, it was enough to extend their lifespan by several years. For many mortals, the sea of bitterness was originally closed, and they could not step into the cultivation world without a great opportunity. But at this moment, their sea of reincarnation was activated by this life essence. Zhou Tong becoming a Celestial King was a blessing to the entire universe. Becoming a Celestial King is a blessing to the entire world? Yi Fan was shocked again. He did not expect that after becoming a Celestial King, the entire world would benefit from his light, and countless descendants would be able to advance further. That's right. The Celestial King realm is just so extraordinary, Zhou Tong said leisurely. So, you guys should hurry up. If there are enough Celestial Kings in this world, perhaps this world can recover to the state it was in during the Immortal Ancient Era. Do you know what the Immortal Ancient Era was like? Yi Fan and the Azure Arch both asked at the same time. The Immortal Ancient Era. That was an era where true immortals and Celestial Kings existed. At that time, our world was not much weaker than the so-called Celestial Realm, and was also an extremely powerful world. However, later on, because of the battle during the last phase of the Immortal Ancient Era, it was destroyed. Zhou Tong did not say much, and only touched on a lot of things. After you become a Celestial King, will the lifespan of the future great emperors increase? Can they reach 20,000 years old? This was the question that the Azure Arch was most concerned about. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "How is that possible? After all, I am the only Celestial King in this world, and the blessing is not powerful to that extent. If the two of you also reach the Celestial King realm, perhaps it can allow the future great emperors to reach 20,000 years old. Now, if my guess is not wrong, the present great emperors should have a lifespan that is 2,000 years longer than before. The lifespan of cultivators of other levels will also be extended a bit, ranging from 100 years to 1,000 years. Chapter 886. After communicating with Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor for a few days, the two of them finally left this place. Because of my immortal king tribulation, the great Tao of countless ancient planets in the entire universe is rumbling. Basically, every ancient planet is better than the environment of the heavenly soldier ancient planet near the ancient path of the human race. It's many times easier to become a saint than in my era. Moreover, the dried-up universe is also becoming stronger bit by bit. A conservative estimate is that this strengthening will last for 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, it will reach its peak and continue to maintain its peak for 100,000 years. After that, it will gradually weaken after 50,000 years, This was merely the legacy of Zhou Tong becoming an immortal king. It was completely enough to create an unprecedented golden age for a universe. Although it would still decline after 200,000 years, it would still be several times stronger than before, even if it declined by then. And if another immortal king could be born within these 200,000 years, then the entire universe would take another step forward. The appearance of the next immortal king might allow the glory to continue for another 300,000 years. This was actually a virtuous cycle of a universe. Only by continuously producing immortal kings could this universe continue to evolve. If there were enough immortal kings, this universe might even grow to a state similar to the celestial realm in the future. Of course, if all the talents in this world went to other worlds and took away endless opportunities, then everything would be over. It would be useless no matter how many immortal kings there were. Living beings of this world, you are all blessed. Everyone has been activated by me, and the future will also be a golden age for a very long time. I've given you the foundation and environment. How far you can go in the future will depend on your own efforts. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across the entire universe and then dimmed. At this time, Zhou Tong calmed down again and reorganized his own state. After transcending the immortal king tribulation, both his primordial spirit and physical body had reached an unprecedented and terrifying level. Immortal king is indeed the supreme Tao fruit of a world. The current me can destroy the me before the tribulation with a flick of my finger, and this is merely an elementary immortal king. I'm afraid I'm not even as good as Ouching, who was killed by Heavenly Emperor Huang during the ancient chaos era. Zhou Tong felt his own state and sighed with emotion. However, I haven't even finished absorbing the memories and insights of the true dragon fate, yet I've already reached the immortal king realm. I wonder what realm I'll reach after absorbing all of these memories and insights. Zhou Tong continued to sit cross-legged and quietly absorb the memories and insights of the great Tao brought back by the true dragon fate. The true dragon's true fate had spent millions of years in the world of immortals. So how could it be underestimated? Especially in the past few million years, he'd spent most of his time comprehending the ruler's grand Tao. So this comprehension was extremely terrifying. In the process of his comprehension, his cultivation was also ceaselessly growing and advancing. The aura in his entire body was boundless like an abyss, and it was difficult to estimate. Time passed year after year, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Yin Ryu had already come out of seclusion, and at this time, Zhou Tong had finally absorbed the memories and insights of the past few million years. A million years of memories and insights. Although they're all Tao and laws with the true dragon technique as the core, they're still a distance away from my core grand Tao system. I still need a long time to correct them. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then looked at his 10 heavenly abode divine ring. His true dragon fate had changed from its original azure dragon form back to its human form, and it was sitting cross-legged beside the divine striking stone. The true dragon fate was clad in azure armor, and there was a divine sword that looked like azure jade lying across its knees. However, at this time, Zhou Tong's heart suddenly jolted. He discovered that there seemed to be some mysterious and unfathomable grand Tao circulating around his true dragon fate, and it was constantly being guided into his body by the true dragon fate. Every time a grand Tao entered the true dragon fate, Zhou Tong could feel that his true dragon fate was becoming stronger, and its foundation was also becoming more stable. Yes, there's a flaw in the world of immortals, so there's a flaw in my true dragon fate's foundation. Zhou Tong had a trace of understanding in his heart. Growing up and cultivating in a world with a flaw in the world of immortals, it was natural that the grand Tao in his body would be flawed. Once he came to a world with complete grand Tao laws, it would quickly be repaired. However, after all, I've already cultivated to such a high level. If I want to repair it, I'm afraid it'll take a lot of time. Without 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years, it'll be impossible to repair it. Zhou Tong was speechless. Although this true dragon fate was the strongest and it even surpassed the original body. Its foundation was flawed. I finally understand why the little stone emperor died so quickly, Zhou Tong thought to himself. How long had it been since the little stone emperor became an emperor? How could he have died so quickly? As for those emperor-level experts from the ancient era, after the great changes in the world of immortals, they lasted far longer than the little stone emperor. The root cause of all this was that the little stone emperor was the same as Zhou Tong's true dragon fate. There was a flaw in the most basic foundation. It was like a tall building, and every floor had a flaw. When the floor wasn't too high, it could naturally still hold on. However, once the floor reached a certain height, the building would only collapse with a loud bang. The little stone emperor was like that. His foundation was flawed, so once he became an emperor, it was equivalent to the building collapsing with a loud bang. However, the emperors from the immemorial era were different. They had once lived in an era that could accommodate emperor-level experts. At that time, the world of immortals was complete and their foundation was flawless. Therefore, after the world of immortals became flawed, they lasted far longer than the little stone emperor. The little stone emperor was trapped internally and externally, so he died in a short while. Meanwhile, the immemorial emperors were only affected by external factors, so they lasted slightly longer. However, my true dragon fate is absorbing the complete regulations of the outside world on its own to make up for it. This kind of thing wouldn't happen to other systems. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Regardless of whether it was the immortal ancient technique, the chaotic ancient technique, or even the heaven-shrouding technique, if there was a problem with the foundation, then unless a great being came to help, the only way to make up for it was to recultivate. For example, after Heavenly Emperor Huang went to the 3,000 Dao provinces from the 8 realms of the lower realm, he had recultivated all of his previous cultivation levels in order to make up for his foundation and regulations. After that, when he went to the other world, he had borrowed the blood essence of the blood phoenix and the power of a celestial king tool to make up for it in a short time. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation systems were different. Even a way to make one's foundation perfect was completely different. At the very least, the immortal ancient technique, the chaotic ancient technique, and the heaven-shrouding technique couldn't automatically make up for one's foundation. The foundation can automatically be made up without the cultivator's control, which also means that it can automatically be lost. Perhaps this is the reason why the emperors from the immemorial era died after the world of immemorial era changed, Zhou Tong speculated. Now, this was the only reason. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how those emperors died. One had to know that the strength of an emperor-level expert was enough to completely destroy the 10,000 worlds in the world of immortals. For an expert whose strength had reached the level of creation and destruction, it was impossible to say that he died because the world of immortals did not tolerate him. The biggest possibility was that this cultivation system was very special, which made it extremely dependent on the world of immortals. There's a big problem with the cultivation system of the world of immortals. It is too dependent on the world of immortals. Zhou Tong was also a little shocked. If he had not seen the performance of his true dragon true fate in the world of immortals with his own eyes, he would not have noticed that the cultivation system of the world of immortals had such a big flaw. The flaw of this cultivation system was really shocking, because if some kind of change happened to the world of immortals, their many years of bitter cultivation would be for naught. Or if they went to a flawed world of immortals, the world of immortals would collapse, and they would have no way to survive. This kind of cultivation system, even if it was cultivated to the highest level, it would still not be able to reach the stage of transcendence without external help. It would never be able to be self-sufficient. Zhou Tong sighed softly in his heart. The cultivation system of the world of immortals was very strong, but in Zhou Tong's opinion, it was a cultivation system with a huge flaw. This kind of cultivation system was a bit like the growth of a plant. If the environment was suitable, it would flourish. If the environment was not suitable, there was a possibility that it would directly die. Although the immortal ancient methods also paid attention to the immortal seed, just like plants, Even the immortal ancient methods were not as sensitive to the outside world as the world of a mortal's cultivation system. It was as if the world of a mortal's cultivation system would have a reaction as soon as the world of immortals changed the slightest bit. Chapter 887. After carefully studying the cultivation system of the world of immortals, Zhou Tong felt that he was lucky. Fortunately, I have only absorbed the comprehension of the great Tao. The most fundamental cultivation system has not changed. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, he looked at his old chaotic body in his 10 heavenly rings. Previously, I was thinking of using this old body to cultivate the divine steel mysterious technique. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid that I cannot cultivate the divine steel mysterious technique directly. I need to modify it. Otherwise, who knows what will happen when this old body fuses with my body. Zhou Tong was a little hesitant. His old body could not cultivate according to the divine steel mysterious technique. However, the divine steel mysterious technique is not my main cultivation technique. What I need is the accumulation of this technique. At the most, I can just use the heaven shrouding technique to destroy the divine steel mysterious technique. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhou Tong finally made up his mind to cultivate. He casually pushed and opened the coffin. The old chaotic body immediately sat cross-legged and started to circulate according to the method of the divine steel mysterious technique. Moreover, the cultivation speed was extremely fast. One could almost see with the naked eye that the acupuncture points in his body were divinized one by one. They were like stars that were lit up. Zhou Tong's old body originally had an extremely strong foundation. In addition to the powerful essence of heaven and earth in his 10 heavenly rings, there was even the spiritual essence of heaven and earth that was accumulated in the inner world of the real dragon real fate. All of these turned into spiritual essence and poured into the chaotic body. The spiritual essence settled in every acupuncture point of the chaotic body little by little along the circulation route. Almost a dozen acupuncture points could be lit up in a day. In just a short month, the chaotic body had lit up 365 acupuncture points. As these acupuncture points were lit up, the divine veins instantly appeared in his body. Countless divine veins interweaved into a mysterious network in his body and constructed a brand new divine power circulation system. At that moment, Zhou Tong's chaotic body was enveloped in a hazy glow. Mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and the traces of the heavenly steel could be vaguely seen. At the same time, there was a shadow sitting in each of the 365 acupuncture points. Each acupuncture point was like a brand new world, and the shadow was the ruler of that world. However, the completion of the 365 acupuncture points did not mean that the heavenly steel mysterious technique had reached the end of its training. The essence of the world was still pouring into Zhou Tong's body. Inside Zhou Tong's chaos body, there were even more tiny acupuncture points that were being further divinized and lit up. The acupoints in the human body were almost endless. The previous 365 acupoints were only the main acupoints, but there were also some extremely small acupoints. For example, on the thumb, there were a total of 108 small acupoints, which looked like the stars in the sky. Furthermore, Zhou Tong knew that after divinizing the 108 acupoints, there would be even smaller acupoints. As he trained in the heavenly steel mysterious technique, Zhou Tong had a trace of understanding in his heart. The acupuncture points cultivated by the heavenly steel mysterious technique were actually the doors of the human body's potential. If the tiniest acupuncture points were lit up, it was equivalent to lighting up every door of potential in the human body. The vast and endless potential would be poured into these doors of potential. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Zhou Tong's original body was still comprehending the world of a mortal's Tao. His true dragon true fate was still slowly absorbing the complete world of immortals Tao to strengthen its foundation. Within the 10 heavenly rings, Jotong's chaotic body sat quietly under the enlightenment tea tree. His entire body was enveloped in a divine glow, like a supreme god. The 365 acupuncture points were shining brightly, which was especially dazzling in his flesh. The mysterious patterns formed by the heavenly steel mysterious technique were faintly discernible on the surface of his body. Within each of the 365 acupuncture points, there was a figure that looked exactly like Jotong. Around him, there were hundreds of thousands of tiny acupuncture points shining brightly. His entire body was like a starry sky map. According to the normal cultivation of the heavenly steel mysterious technique, at this stage, one should have reached the Zhu Shun realm. However, Jotong only treated the heavenly steel mysterious technique as a method to accumulate potential. He did not truly follow the orthodox cultivation method of the heavenly steel mysterious technique to improve his cultivation. Therefore, his current cultivation level was very low. However, although his cultivation level was low, the potential of his body was extremely terrifying. If the divinized acupuncture points in his body were considered doors of potential, then the potential contained within these doors of potential was no less than that of Jotong's original body. His potential was constantly accumulating. Jotong's true dragon fate's inner world had consumed too much of the heaven and earth essence and heaven and earth essence. By rough estimation, it was equivalent to all the power of a Stone Man King. Fortunately, before Jotong left the world of immortals, he had killed too many Stone Man King. He had extracted all of their life essence and poured it into his inner world. Otherwise, it would not be enough to rely on the power accumulated in the 10 heavenly rings. This was because in order to deal with Dizun, the foundation and power accumulated in the 10 heavenly rings were all used up. It was impossible to make up for it in a mere 10 to 20,000 years. Finally, after another 100 years, all the doors of potential in Jotong's chaotic body were filled with endless potential. Some of the doors of potential were so strong that they were not inferior to Jotong's original body. The next most important step is to recultivate and completely destroy the traces of the heavenly steel mysterious technique. Jotong made up his mind and directly broke all the divine veins in his chaotic body that were circulating the heavenly steel mysterious technique. Sea of reincarnation, open. The moment the divine veins broke, Jotong roared. The chi of life and death gathered in his abdomen at the same time. The divinized acupuncture points that were originally chaotic because of the broken divine veins were now arranged in an even more mysterious way. Moreover, their potential was constantly bursting out. In an instant, when the sea of reincarnation was completely opened, Jotong's chaotic body was already glowing with endless vitality. Divine power fluctuations that were not inferior to the power of his chaotic body were released from his body. This was only a secret realm that had just been opened, but it already had the combat power of Jotong. One could imagine how much potential this body had accumulated. At the same time, because of the recultivation, endless divine veins were born in the sea of reincarnation again. Hundreds of millions of divine veins were controlled by Jotong and turned into a brand new bell that floated in the sea of reincarnation. This was a bell that was completely made up of divine veins, but it looked like it was made of chaotic earth. Streaks of chaotic air fell down like a huge waterfall from the 9 heavens. However, the Sea of Reincarnation was just the beginning. Jotong then said, Tao Palace Secret Realm, open. As soon as he said that, the divine veins in the 365 acupuncture points that were cultivated by the heavenly steel mysterious technique collapsed at the same time and turned into endless energy to nourish Jotong's body. At the same time, the chi of the 5 elements gathered in his organs. Gradually, a huge amount of divine veins were born from his organs and imprinted on the brand new bell. For extreme secret realms, open. Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, open. Immortal Foundation Secret Realm, Open. As Zhou Tong roared continuously, the door of potential in this chaotic body was completely opened. Endless energy was released from the door of potential. The divinized acupuncture points formed by the heavenly steel mysterious technique collapsed completely and turned into the foundation of the heaven shrouding technique. Chapter 888. I'm already immortal. After seeing the 5 great mystic realms being rebuilt, Zhou Tong knew that his chaotic body was already immortal. It was only half a step away from the Immortal King realm. I wonder if this body will trigger the Immortal King tribulation again if it breaks through to the Immortal King realm. However, it's most likely impossible. Zhou Tong was curious, but he also understood that the Immortal King tribulation would not continue to descend because this body, primordial spirit, and great Tao all belonged to him. The heavenly tribulation would not strike again. Without the good fortune of the heavenly tribulation, if this body wanted to break through to the Immortal King realm, it would probably have to rely on time like Celestial Emperor Huang. Fortunately, the potential of this body had already reached the Immortal King realm because of the foundation laid by the heavenly steel mystic technique. Therefore, the time needed this time would definitely be shorter than Celestial Emperor Huang's 500,000 years. It'll probably take 100,000 years. But that's fine too. This body and my newly grown remnant soul can continue to comprehend the Tao inside the 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring. Zhou Tong did not think too much. The coffin made of Bodhi tree opened again and stored this body inside, allowing him to comprehend the Tao inside. After cultivating to the Immortal King realm, the difficulty of improvement was obviously much more difficult than before. It was even possible that the time spent in seclusion could be measured in units of 10,000 years. An additional body was also considered an additional comprehension. Most importantly, Zhou Tong had the opportunity to comprehend the vast amount of cultivation techniques he had obtained. Oh, and the divine runes that have been reborn in this body. I'll need to fill them with some materials. But that's fine too. The planting immortal gold method that I thought of before can be considered a success. It's a good opportunity to cultivate some immortal gold during this period of time to forge a new bell. The Tao confirming weapon had always been Zhou Tong's top priority. This was a weapon that had accompanied him since the beginning of his cultivation. At the same time, he had used most of the immortal materials he had obtained to nurture this bell. Once the divine runes in the second body were reborn and refined into an immortal king weapon, the 2 bells would be combined in the future. This bell would definitely become the strongest immortal king weapon. But speaking of which, Zhou Tong suddenly muttered to himself for a moment before taking out an item. Those were 7 pitch-black devil stars. They were the only supreme treasures left behind by the little stone emperor of the lifelong realm after his death. They were also emperor-grade supreme treasures. From the perspective of the heaven shrouding technique, this thing was actually a different type of quasi-immortal emperor weapon. Speaking of which, this thing can be called a jack of all trades. It can be used to set up a formation and suppress the eye of the formation. It can be used to attack, and its power is unparalleled. It can also be used as the most terrifying defensive line. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and then took out his tyrant bell. Boom! With a crisp bell sound, Zhou Tong directly integrated the 7 demonic stars of the Little Stone Emperor into his domineering bell. 7 pitch-black demonic stars could be seen emerging from the runes on the surface of the bell. Each demonic star was extremely dazzling and occupied a large area. It was very eye-catching. He wanted to use his domineering bell to refine these 7 demonic stars and increase the power of the domineering bell once again. Of course, it was destined that he would not succeed at this stage. However, as long as these 7 demonic stars were within the domineering bell, once he encountered a power above the Immortal King realm, he could rely on this bell to resist 1 or 2 attacks. If I want to completely refine the 7 demonic stars, I definitely need to go one step further and cultivate to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. However, at this stage, I'll just refine as much as I can. In any case, as long as I refine a trace of it, the power of the domineering bell will skyrocket, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. Then he continued to sit cross-legged on the Tao platform of the divine realm and went into seclusion to comprehend the great Tao. After truly becoming an immortal king, he re-examined the heavenly techniques, treasured techniques, and immortal king sutras that he had obtained before. He immediately had a different understanding. Whether it was the treasured techniques of the 10 ferocious beasts or the famous heavenly techniques of the chaotic ancient era, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly technique and the 9 revolutions heavenly technique, they were all created by former immortal kings. These techniques were the embodiment of the immortal king Great Tao. Previously, Zhou Tong was only in a state of learning. Even if he modified it to make it more suitable for him, he could not change the core essence of it. What he changed was only the appearance. However, now that he had reached the same height and was recomprehending these sutras, heavenly techniques, and treasured techniques, he immediately discovered many things that he had not noticed before. From them, he unearthed the core essence of these countless sutras. Every time Zhou Tong comprehended, he would gain a lot. For a time, he was intoxicated and almost completely immersed in these great Taos. Of course, in addition to comprehending, he also carried out further research on his divine striking stone and true dragon true fate. After all, the 6th secret realm was the problem that he needed to consider the most at this stage. Also, his research on the Divine Emperor Sutra had improved. The Divine Emperor Sutra was the crystallization of the great Tao that the Divine Emperor had comprehended on his way to becoming an immortal in the mortal world. Now that Zhou Tong was looking down on this sutra as an immortal king, he gained even more. Vaguely, he had already figured out how to cultivate the 10th transformation that belonged solely to him. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. Because Zhou Tong had become an immortal king, the great Tao and essence Qi of the entire world began to recover. At the same time, the geniuses of this era were also extraordinarily powerful. They were not inferior to Zhou Tong's golden age. One had to know that in Zhou Tong's previous life, all the heaven's prides had been sealed until then, which was why they were so powerful. But now, just the heaven's prides that were born in this life did not lose to the accumulation of heaven's prides of the past. It was simply shocking. The most obvious was the tyrant body on the ancestral planet. Originally, a pure-blood tyrant body would only appear once in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, in this era, there were already 2 pure-blood tyrant bodies on the ancestral planet. Not only the tyrant body, but also some other terrifying physiques that were rarely seen in tens of thousands of years had appeared in this era. The sacred body of the ancients, the divine king body, the innate Taoist fetus, the Taiyan body, the Taiyang body, there were all kinds of physiques. In this era, even the real chaotic physique had appeared. This was not the chaotic physique Wang Bo that was killed by the immeasurable celestial lord in the past. This was the real chaotic physique that was born in this era. This was a dazzling era with many stars. Yin Ryu, who had already attained Tao before this golden era, was naturally under a lot of pressure. Countless geniuses who had attained Tao came to challenge Yin Ryu. Even those who had attained chaotic physique came directly. However, these people did not dare to go overboard because Yin Ryu was Zhou Tong's wife after all. Moreover, these geniuses also understood the reason why this golden era was so dazzling. Therefore, they were very respectful to Zhou Tong and Yin Ryu. The so-called challenge was just a yearning for the strong. Before Yin Ryu attained Tao, she had spent most of her time in seclusion to cultivate alone. Compared to the other great emperors, the experience in battles that she lacked were unexpectedly supplemented in this era. Of course, facing these challenges, she had fought fiercely, but she had never lost. After all, she was a perfected great emperor who possessed the heaven's core imprint. Moreover, she had already obtained the chaotic ancient technique cultivation system from Zhou. She had comprehended and verified the two systems. In addition, she had comprehended and verified the new system that Zhou Tong and the others had created previously. Her strength was among the top batch of great emperors and ancient emperors. With such strength and conditions, Yin Ryu naturally would not lose to those cultivators who had not attained Tao. Not only Yin Ryu, but even Yi Fan, the Lotus Arch, and Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix incarnation had also encountered many challenges. Like Yin Ryu, they had also defeated all of them. Chapter 889. The universe was in turmoil. This was a thrilling era where stars shone brightly and sky prides emerged from all walks of life. In this era, there were countless sky prides who had attained Tao through different means, let alone boundary emperors. During this period, there were also sky prides who attempted to break through Zhou Tong's sacred core mark. They wanted to replicate Zhou Tong's miracle and forcefully break through all Taoists before someone else had attained Tao. However, without exception, everyone failed. With a complete Great Tao, it was simply too difficult to break through the Great Tao and forcefully prove one's Tao. Some sky prides even died while attempting to break through the sacred core mark. After many sky prides failed and survived, they sealed themselves and prepared to wait for the future. It was only then that everyone was shocked. Zhou Tong was the first and only person in history to forcefully attain Tao when there was already a great emperor. The celestial tyrant lord is too special. He's the only one who has broken history. The celestial tyrant lord is invincible. Even if this era is full of gold, no one can surpass him. I wonder what realm the celestial tyrant lord has cultivated to. I wonder what cultivation system he and the Azure Emperor created. Countless people in the universe were discussing the fate of countless sky prides. At the same time, in the divine territory. Since ancient times, there have been so many sky prides. After 10,000 years, Zhou Tong opened his eyes again and scanned the countless sky prides in the universe. When it comes to sky prides below the immortal path, they're no worse than those in the immortal ancient era. However, when he glanced at Yi Fan's heavenly court, a huge wave of energy suddenly appeared in the heavenly court. The heavenly court, which was originally filled with spiritual energy and spiritual essence, seemed to have been sucked dry by something in an instant. Such a big movement. So it's the innate sacred body, Tao embryo. But it makes sense. In such a prosperous era, even the chaotic body has appeared. How can there be no innate sacred body, Tao embryo? After taking a closer look, Zhou Tong smiled. Yi Fan and Zixia's son had finally been born. As expected of the innate sacred body, Tao embryo. He could run and jump as soon as he was born. Well, since I happen to see it, I might as well give a little something as a return of courtesy. Zhou Tong casually took out a piece of sky divine jade and refined it into a magic cloud jade lock. After that, he injected a strand of immortal chi into it, upgrading the sky divine jade, which could only be used to refine great sage sacred weapons, to the level where it could be used to refine imperial weapons. He casually engraved some immortal runes on it and raised it to the level of an imperial weapon. Then, with a casual toss, the jade lock turned into a stream of light and flew into the heavenly court, landing in the baby's hand. In the heavenly court, Yi Fan was shocked when he saw the jade lock that had suddenly fallen into his son's hands. He scanned the jade lock with his heavenly emperor tier divine sense and instantly discovered that the energy emanating from the jade lock was nourishing his son's body. If he wore it for a long time, he would slowly be reborn. At the same time, he also understood that this thing must have been given by Zhou Tong. In the current universe, apart from him, no one else could send things directly into the heavenly court without anyone noticing. The immortal king is indeed the immortal king. He can turn something rotten into something magical. I can't believe he can refine something like the sky divine jade into an imperial weapon. Yi Fan lamented. In the divine territory, after casually giving away a gift, Zhou Tong then looked into the depths of the universe again. To restore the glory of the immortal ancient era, the first thing that needs to appear is the world tree. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and looked at the Fusang pure wood in his 10 heavenly rings. This tree was the world tree formed in the chaotic ancient era after Heavenly Emperor Huang completed the 9 heavens 10 earth's laws. As for the world tree from the immortal ancient era, no one knew where it went. It might have been destroyed by the other world. However, according to the method I know to create the world tree, it's to give the Heaven's Core imprint to a great Emperor-level divine tree and use the Heaven's Core imprint to turn this great Emperor-level divine tree into the world tree of this world. Using the Heaven's Core imprint was the simplest and most direct method to create the world tree. If it was any other method, it would require too much time and various opportunities. It would be difficult to artificially create it. However, if the shrouding heaven world's Heaven's Core imprint is given to the world tree, then the cultivators of this world won't be hindered from advancing to the great Emperor level. When anyone wants to advance to the great Emperor level, they won't be hindered by the myriad Daos. As long as they meet the conditions, they can directly become great emperors. Zhou Tong thought of the batch of great emperors that Yi Fan had mass-produced in the original work. That batch of great emperors didn't have the Heaven's Core imprint, because Yi Fan had forcibly broken through the myriad Daos and created an opportunity for them to advance. However, Zhou Tong was also a little worried. He was worried that without the Heaven's Core imprint, the entire world might weaken. The weakening he was worried about was not the weakening of the heaven and earth spiritual chi, but the weakening of the talents. The reason why the shrouding heaven world's geniuses were so terrifying was because of competition. Only one great emperor-level cultivator could be chosen in each generation. It was like raising goo. Those who could reach the end were absolute geniuses. If the great emperors of the past returned to the immortal ancient era, it was hard to say whether they would become immortal kings or not. If the Heaven's Core imprint was taken away, the competitive atmosphere of the entire world would definitely weaken a lot. At that time, the entire world's battle power might fall. It's not just the problem of the Heaven's Core imprint. As the world becomes stronger, the long-life substance will appear bit by bit. Every cultivator's lifespan will increase greatly. At that time, the battle power might weaken further. Zhou Tong quickly thought of another problem. The great emperors of the ancient chaos era had a lifespan of close to 1,000,000 years, but none of them became immortals. In Yi Fan's words, the great emperors of the ancient chaos era were worse than pigs. This was because their lifespan was too long. If their lifespan was too long, cultivators would not have a sense of urgency. Naturally, their cultivation efficiency would decrease greatly. In Huang Tian Emperor's generation, there were many true geniuses. There were even a few immortal kings. The most important reason was because their generation's environment was bad. Other worlds could attack at any time, and they could die at any time. In this situation, how could they not be strong? The first great emperor's lifespan of 30,000 years was the limit. This lifespan should be just right. It gives them time to study the long life method, and it won't make them too relaxed, and their battle power will decrease. But to complete this step, I have to do something in this world, or do something to the world tree of this world that hasn't been born yet. Zhou Tong faintly had an idea, but he had to design a world tree in advance. Chapter 890. I need a specially cultivated world tree. The original Fusang pure wood is no longer suitable to be the world tree of this world. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he began to take action. Although he hadn't been able to create the 10th transformation of the Divine Sovereign Sutra after 10,000 years of meditation, he had found a medium to combine his true fates. Each of Zhou Tong's true fates was born inside the 10 heavenly paradise ring, and each true fate could give birth to something similar to an inner world. These shared inner worlds were the best medium for fusion. First, the divine striking stone's Tao Palace. Zhou Tong looked at the Tao Palace in the divine, striking stone's true fate's hand. The divine striking stone's true fate was a stone embryo formed by the heavenly pillar divine stone in the Yang God world. The Tao Palace's refining material was the stone skin left behind after the birth of the stone embryo. Moreover, as the divine striking stone's true fate cultivated in the Yang God world, this Tao Palace had already fused with its body. Just like Hong Yi in the original Yang God world, it had fused all of its king treasures with its body and completely turned them into its own power. Therefore, this Tao Palace was equivalent to the divine striking stone's true fate's inner world. Tao Palace. Refine. With Zhou Tong's soft shout, the Tao Palace in the divine striking stone's true fate's hand began to slowly dissipate, revealing the 129,600 small worlds that were comparable to medium-class realms. Crash! In the next moment, there was a sound like the waves of an ocean in the void. Then, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 129,600 medium-class realms collapsed everywhere, and all the boundary walls collapsed in an instant. Then, the things and items in each layer of space fused into Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly paradise ring in an instant. Buzz! Following that, the void within the 10 heavens divine ring started to tremble like a tidal wave. The immortal divine herbs that had settled down here were all like frightened rabbits, trembling in fear. After that, Zhou Tong used his supreme immortal king abilities to quickly stabilize the 10 heavenly passages divine ring, ensuring that the fusion of the worlds could proceed smoothly. It wouldn't be too radical and cause problems for the worlds. The process of merging the worlds had to be done with extreme care. This was because the Holy Ji Palace already had a huge amount of resources brought back from the Yang spirit world. If they were accidentally destroyed, who knew when they would be able to go to the Yang spirit world again to get some back? Time passed day by day. Zhou Tong had been sitting there for 5,000 years. Only then did the divine, striking stone's Tao Palace completely fuse into the 10 paradise divine ring. If it wasn't for the smooth fusion, it wouldn't have taken so long. However, I finally completed the first fusion. Zhou Tong looked at the brand new 10 paradise divine ring with satisfaction. After fusing with the divine striking stone's Tao Palace, the area of the 10 heavenly rings' inner world had expanded by countless times. The spirit energy of heaven and earth had also become much more abundant. This was especially true for the immortal divine herbs. They emitted a hazy halo, and one could feel their joy. The immortal divine herbs were originally one of the most mysterious things in the world. They instinctively felt that the world they lived in had become more stable and powerful. What made Zhou Tong the most happy was that he discovered that the connection between the divine striking stone's Tao Palace and the 10 heavenly passages divine ring had become much closer. Although the divine striking stone's Tao Palace was originally born in the 10 heavenly passages divine ring, it had reincarnated into the Yang spirit world. After returning, there was an additional layer of barrier. Now that the Holy Ji Palace had fused with the divine ring, the barrier between the divine striking stone and the divine ring no longer existed. This is only the first world. As more worlds fuse with it, it will be easier to fuse them. However, the next world from the immortal world's true dragon Tao Palace cannot be underestimated. However, before that, there is still a hurdle. Zhou Tong looked at his true dragon Tao Palace. The true dragon Tao Palace had killed a large number of Stone Man King, Langya, Lu Zhan, Stone Corpse, Ancestor Xiankong, Purple Heaven Stone King, Hong Jun, and a Gemini Stone King. Just this place alone was equivalent to 8 immortal kings. He had fused all the power and life essence of these 8 immortal kings into his own inner world. One could imagine how terrifying this world had been nurtured by him. It could be said that just this inner world's origin was vigorous, far surpassing the shrouding heaven world that Zhou Tong was in. Zhou Tong could even say that once this inner world was fused with his 10 heavenly passages divine ring, the environment inside his 10 heavenly passages divine ring would definitely surpass that of the ancient chaos era. If a great emperor were to live here, at least 1,000,000 years of life would not be a problem. Let's begin. Zhou did not wait any longer. The inner world of the true Dragon Dao Palace appeared instantly. Under the full power of Zhou and the true Dragon Dao Palace, the two immortal kings, it slowly fused with the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. This fusion was much more difficult than the previous ones. After all, the origin of this world was too vigorous. Using the 10 heavenly passages divine ring to fuse with this world was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If he was not careful, his 10 heavenly passages divine ring could be damaged. Even with the combined power of Zhou and the true Dragon Dao Palace, it took them more than 10,000 years to completely fuse this world into the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. After completely fusing this world into the 10 heavenly passages divine ring, the entire 10 heavenly passages divine ring underwent earth-shattering changes. Other than the places where Zhou had placed the original resources, countless new regions had appeared within the 10 paradise divine ring. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart. Primal chaos was surging, dense spiritual energy was dense, and essence energy was surging. Much of the chaos chi had settled down, turning into large patches of chaos soil that quietly stayed on the ground. In many areas, chaos immortal essence was piled up in small ponds. There was also a lot of chaos chi that had combined with some of the scattered laws of heaven and earth, turning into all kinds of mineral veins. Immortal gold veins, divine jade veins, heaven fault stone veins, heaven's fate stone veins, mixed yuan stone veins. There was also some chaos chi that had combined with the essence of heaven and earth, turning into a fortune spring. It should be known that the fortune springs of the shrouding heaven world had all been found by the immortal emperor. There were no longer such things in the outside world. But now, Zhou 10 heavenly passages divine ring could produce them. There were even some unique spirit roots that had evolved in some areas. With just a casual glance, Zhou could see a gourd vine growing under a cliff. In a place with surging chaos chi, there was a peepa tree growing. In the mouth of a volcano, there was a crimson lotus growing. In addition to the spirit roots, there were also some tree species that were unique to the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. For example, there was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, filled with all kinds of jade trees. What grew out of these trees were not leaves, nor were they fruits that could be eaten. They were jade, countless precious jade. Green jade, white jade, crimson jade, black jade, golden jade, blue jade, rainbow jade, divine jade, immortal jade. The entire mountain range was dazzling. As the wind blew, the jades on the trees collided with each other, making jingling sounds. These jades were of different quality, and they were not ordinary jades. Most of them were rare treasures. Each jade leaf contained extremely rich spiritual chi. When worn, it had the miraculous effect of nourishing one's muscles, bones, and organs. More than half of these treasures could be directly used to refine saint weapons. A few of the jade trees even had immortal jades that were comparable to immortal gold and could be used to refine emperor weapons. Chapter 891. It's finally taking shape. It's a world that belongs to me. A brand new world without any pollution. It can even be called the celestial realm. Zhou looked at the mountains and rivers in the 10 heavens divine ring with a smile in his eyes. The whole world had magnificent mountains and rivers. The sky was high and far, and the essence of heaven and earth was so dense that it formed rivers and lakes. Even a barren mountain without any plants was releasing a terrifying aura of chaos. There was even celestial chi seeping out from the mountain. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky emitted brilliant light. The sun essence, moon essence, and starlight sprinkled down together, filling the whole world with a dreamlike feeling. The whole world was a holy land for cultivation. It was far superior to the outside world. The longevity substance in the world was so dense that it was almost visible to the naked eye. The longevity substance gathered into a faint white mist, decorating the whole world into a pure land of immortals. It could be said that the current world was not much different from the celestial realm except for its size. Whether it was the essence of heaven and earth or the quantity of longevity substance, it was not inferior to the celestial realm. Every blade of grass and stone in the world contained dense essence. In just a short 10,000 years, countless plants and stones in the whole world had given birth to spirituality and were about to turn into demons. The essence of heaven and earth that the true dragon brought back from the world of immortals was also growing in this world. There were also some 100,000-year-old king herbs that were originally growing in the 10 heavens divine ring that had given birth to some instincts and could fly. In the words of the ancient chaos era, these king herbs had already evolved into divine herbs. Of course, these divine herbs could not be compared to the immortal divine herbs that had regressed from the immortal divine herbs. It could only be said that their medicinal effects were similar to the divine herbs of the ancient chaos era. They were all supreme treasures that could prolong one's life. The medicine king has evolved into a divine medicine that can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Then, the original divine medicine will probably also undergo a great change. Zhou Tong looked at the divine medicine with excitement. First was the white tiger divine herb. It was originally a palm-sized white tiger, but now it had grown to a height of 3 meters. Moreover, the white tiger's eyes were much more lively. It was obvious that its intelligence had increased greatly. It was the same for the Qilin divine herb and the black tortoise divine herb. The Qilin divine medicine was like a real Qilin, quietly lying on a piece of bluestone as it breathed in and out. It breathed in spiritual qi, but what it breathed out was propitious qi, causing a large area around it to be full of vitality. The black tortoise divine herb was like a giant tortoise, lying motionless on the ground as if it was hibernating. Zhou Tong then looked at the other immortal divine herbs. The divine tree of life, which was as tall as a human, had already grown into a towering tree. Surging life essence was exuding from the tree. One could imagine the obvious increase in the medicinal efficacy of this tree. There were also the tree of enlightenment, the peach of immortality, the ginseng fruit tree, the Bodhi tree, and many other divine trees that had grown in size as well. They had grown from small and delicate trees to truly towering trees. The peach of immortality and the ginseng fruit tree were already full of fruits. The ginseng fruit tree still had an upper limit of 30 fruits, but the effect of each fruit was clearly better. The peach of immortality was full of fruits. The peach of immortality glowed with golden light, and the fragrance of the peaches filled the air. The 9 profundity immortal herb did not grow by much, but different fruits had already grown on its 9 branches. This divine herb was no longer like before, where the 9 fruits took turns to grow. Instead, it could produce 9 fruits at the same time. Each fruit contained an endless amount of creation and fragments of the great Tao. The most peculiar thing was the humanoid divine herb. It was as if it had really turned into a cultivator, sitting quietly on a piece of bluestone as it breathed in and out. It was like an old Taoist cultivating. Zhou Tong took a closer look and saw that there seemed to be an inner core in the body of the humanoid divine herb. Without a doubt, this inner core was the fruit of this herb. After consuming it, one would be able to live forever. Not only that, some of the spiritual roots that were born in this world were also of the same grade. For example, the gourd that grew from the gourd vine was no weaker than the immortal divine herbs after they evolved. Immortal divine herbs. That's right. My immortal divine herbs have all evolved into immortal divine herbs. Zhou Tong was extremely excited. That's right, that's right. As an immortal king, wouldn't it be too degrading to have immortal divine herbs by my side? I must have immortal divine herbs. The difference between immortal divine herbs and immortal divine herbs was huge. The greatest effect of immortal divine herbs was to allow a cultivator to live another life. But immortal divine herbs could allow a cultivator to become an immortal directly. Of course, to become an immortal The cultivator had to reach a certain standard. The lowest standard was the first heaven of Boundary Emperor. As long as one reached the first heaven of Boundary Emperor and consumed an immortal divine herb, one could immediately become an immortal. However, this kind of immortal was obviously the weakest kind. They might not even be able to defeat ordinary great emperors. Moreover, this kind of immortal's foundation was weak. If the world changed, they would inevitably be slashed back to their original form by the will of heaven. However, no matter how weak they were, immortals were immortals. In terms of lifespan, they could outlive countless great emperors. Also, many spirit roots born in my world are also immortal divine herbs. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across those spirit roots again, and he was extremely happy. Immortal divine herbs were not only formed after immortal kings died. There were many immortal divine herbs that grew naturally in the world. The most typical one was the Tree of Enlightenment. This thing was a natural ancestral root. It's just a pity about the Tree of Enlightenment. Zhou Tong looked at the Tree of Enlightenment that had already recovered its appearance from the ancient chaos era and sighed his heart. Countless years ago, the Tree of Enlightenment was truly ranked third among all immortal divine herbs. Its tea leaves were effective even for immortal kings. However, the tree was split into two. From then on, the tea leaves were at most effective for true immortals. Therefore, many times after the Tree of Enlightenment was produced, it would often be given to some of the prodigies of this world to consume. I don't know if I could find the other half of the Tree of Enlightenment and reassemble it into a brand new Tree of Enlightenment. Zhou Tong also had some thoughts. At the same time, he thought back to the original work. It seemed that the Huantian Emperor had encountered a longevity immortal tree that was very similar to the Tree of Enlightenment. Was that immortal tree the other half of the Tree of Enlightenment? I don't know if the battle in the ancient chaos era destroyed that immortal tree. If I want to find the other immortal tree, I'm afraid I'll need some things related to the Tao of Karma. Zhou Tong thought to himself. But forget it. Regardless of whether I can find the other immortal tree or not, this Tree of Enlightenment should be enough for now. With a thought, Zhou Tong plucked all the ripe tea leaves and sealed them in a jade box, ready to slowly enjoy them later. Next, the most important thing. Zhou Tong quickly thought of something. Then his gaze turned and looked in the direction of the sun star of the 10 heavens divine ring. Chapter 892. The Fusang Divine Tree. Zhou Tong immediately looked in the direction of the Fusang Divine Tree. A dazzling golden light appeared there, and waves of chaotic aura spewed out. Then, a brand new Fusang Divine Tree appeared in front of him. The tree was completely golden and towered into the sky. There were even stars on the leaves. This scene was simply like a myth, as expected of a degenerated world tree. Once the conditions are right, it will immediately evolve into a world tree. Zhou Tong revealed a trace of a smile. As he had expected, the Fusang Divine Tree was about to evolve into a world tree. A real world tree was about to be born in his 10 heavenly rings. The world tree might not be the strongest, and the fruit it bore might not have the strongest effect, but it was something that could communicate with the great Tao and heaven and earth of the entire world. If a world tree existed, then the world would become sturdy and immortal. The world tree and the world itself would become one. Only then could the complete intertwining of the laws of heaven and earth be ensured. Continue evolving. Zhou Tong directly pushed the great Tao laws in the 10 heavenly rings to intertwine with the Fusang Divine Tree. In just an instant, Zhou Tong felt that his 10 heavenly rings had changed. It was a complete aura of the great Tao and astonishing laws. Everything was intertwined with the Fusang Divine Tree. Rumble. With Zhou Tong's full support, the Fusang Divine Tree continued to grow. Its golden roots became denser, and the tree body also expanded, and expanded again. The tree trunk was extremely thick. It took root here and sealed the entire world. This was the world tree. It was completely golden. It was as if it was made of Tao tribulation gold. That was why it was so resplendent. The Fusang divine tree's body was too huge. It surpassed every plant in the 10 heavenly rings. It directly propped up the world, and the tree crown even sank into the sea of stars in the universe. One could see that the sea of stars was supported by the golden divine leaves. There were also those golden roots that took root in the Qian Kuan and covered the entire world. It was simply way too vast and boundless. The simple and unadorned tree bark cracked open like dragon scales. There was a terrifying golden light and chaotic mist coiling around it. It emitted an ancient aura, an aura that could split the world apart. The Fusang divine tree started to evolve into a world tree once again. At that moment, this tree wasn't just a longevity elixir. What was even more terrifying was that it was intertwined with the internal laws of the 10 Grotto Heaven divine ring. From then on, the Fusang divine tree was the world tree of the 10 heavenly rings. It was the core of the great Tao within the 10 heavenly Grotto Heaven divine ring. As the world tree took shape, all the longevity herbs in the 10 paradise divine ring cheered. The fear they had felt from the previous tremors had completely dissipated. What was left was a sense of security. The world tree has finally appeared. With the world tree suppression, my 10 paradise rings can be used as a weapon, a trump card. Zhou Tong thought. After obtaining the world tree, the power of the 10 Grotto Heaven divine rings was completely integrated by the world tree. The sturdiness of the entire world had increased by a large margin. This world was now enough to suppress ordinary immortal kings. Zhou Tong carefully looked at the Fusang divine tree that had transformed into a world tree. The tree was billions of miles tall, and it covered the entire sky. Every single leaf held up a star, and the golden leaves contained extremely dense saint force of the sun. Before the transformation, the sun saint energy that the complete Fusang godly tree possessed was only comparable to the Big Dipper or the Crepe Myrtle Sun Star. However, after the complete transformation, the sun saint energy contained in each leaf was comparable to the previous Fusang godly tree. Moreover, the biggest change in this tree was that the Fusang divine tree, which originally didn't bloom, was now full of divine flowers. Every flower flowed with golden light, dazzling and resplendent. After all, it has undergone 2 transformations. If this tree really wants to be counted, it would probably be ranked at the top of all the longevity herbs in the Immortal Ancient Era. I suspect that many of the longevity herbs in the Immortal Ancient Era were immortal trees that had transformed into world trees, Zhou Tong thought to himself. The transformation from an immortal medicine to a medicine of immortality was a transformation. Then, the transformation from a medicine of immortality to a world tree was another transformation. After going through 2 transformations, the Fusang divine tree naturally possessed extremely terrifying power, far surpassing ordinary longevity herbs. I wonder if it will bear fruit after blooming. I wonder what kind of fruit it will bear. Zhou Tong was looking forward to it. This Fusang divine tree had now become the first spiritual root in his hands. Speaking of spiritual roots, my True Dragon True Fate's Sacred Dragon Tree should also be placed in this world. Zhou Tong's True Dragon True Fate's armor instantly turned into a vast dragon city. It coiled on the peak of a vast forest. In the center of the city, a 9-color divine tree was constantly emitting dragon chi. As the dragon city landed, the entire mountain range where the dragon city was located was immediately filled with dragon chi, nurturing all things in the world. This world could be considered to have taken its initial form. When my other true fates return, this world will take a step further and become stronger. However, since the longevity herb has appeared, let's share it with all the cultivators in the universe. Zhou Tong's right hand made a grabbing motion, and 3,000 invitations refined from spirit jades appeared beside Zhou Tong. Then he patted his sleeves, and the invitations instantly disappeared into the void of the universe. Countless geniuses and experts of the older generation in the universe received the invitations. Of course, Those who received the invitations were at least great sages. Zhou Tong didn't include those geniuses who hadn't matured yet. 3 years later, we'll head to the Divine Realm to participate in the Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet. Yifan also held the invitation in his hand, revealing a trace of astonishment. This was the first time Zhou Tong had used the Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet to invite all the geniuses in the universe. However, I haven't drunk the Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet in a long time. This time, I can ask him for some tea leaves. Yifan smiled slightly. He believed that Zhou Tong wouldn't be reluctant to give him a few tea leaves. This invitation, the sacred prince, who was originally in a self-sealing state, suddenly woke up and his face stiffened. An invitation had appeared beside him out of nowhere. Who had done this? Oh, so it's Zhou Tong. However, the Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet. Fine, since you've personally sent the invitation, I'll go. The sacred prince instantly walked out of the celestial source and rushed towards the divine realm. Not only the sacred prince, but other self-sealing cultivators such as Huaqilin, Zhang Bairen, and the emperor had also received an invitation. Even the golden crow of Huasang planet had received an invitation. Of course, some of his old classmates had also been invited, such as Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, and the others. They had long since sealed themselves, and the big black dog Black Emperor had also been invited. However, Duanda was still in a deep sleep and didn't have a chance to come. Ordinary cultivators, even great emperors, didn't know where they had sealed themselves. However, Zhou Tong was now a celestial king, and he roughly figured out where these people had sealed themselves. Chapter 893. As the 3,000 invitations flew to different parts of the universe, countless cultivators in the universe were shocked. The celestial tyrant emperor, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, finally made a move. He was inviting all the geniuses in the universe to a banquet. However, as the list of people invited to the banquet was circulated, everyone felt honored to have been invited, especially those who were unknown in the past. In an instant, they became famous. Enlightenment Tea Banquet. Why did you suddenly think of this? In the back garden, Yin Ruyu, who had just come out of seclusion, asked. This was already Yin Ruyu's second life. She had relied on a fruit of the immortal peach elixir that Zhou Tong had given her to live. You should know what the immortal divine elixir is. It's a fallen immortal king. Our world doesn't have enough immortal substance, so the immortal divine elixir has been degraded. The real thing is called immortal elixir, Zhou Tong said as he took out a golden immortal peach. Look, this immortal peach is very different from the one you ate. Zhou Tong handed the immortal peach to Yin Ruyu. Immortal substance. What a rich immortal substance. If I eat this immortal peach, I can live for at least another 100,000 years. Yin Ruyu was shocked. She could clearly feel the terrifying effects of this immortal peach. If it was just an immortal divine elixir, it would have no effect on her at all. However, the immortal substance was the simplest and most direct way to live forever. It could be used at any time. For Yin Ruyu, the immortal peach itself was not the thing that could prolong her life, but the immortal substance it contained. With your cultivation, after eating it, you won't just live for another 100,000 years. The immortal Tao contained in this immortal peach can make you become an immortal directly. Zhou Tong said. However, once you become an immortal, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to improve in the future. It will be difficult for me to improve directly. Yin Ryu was silent for a while, then said, Is this the price to pay for taking the shortcut to become an immortal? Yes, this is the price. I'll leave this fruit with you, but I hope you can only use it when you can't rely on yourself to live in the third world, Zhou Tong said. He was still confident that Yin Ryu could live for a third life. After all, he had once summarized many immortality methods and written them into a scripture. Yin Ryu had already read these scriptures. He was no longer lacking in theory. All that was left was to put into practice. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was finally time for Zhou Tong's banquet. At this moment, the entire universe was stirred up. Countless geniuses came to the deity realm to attend the banquet. Even some cultivators who did not receive an invitation came to the divine region to meet Zhou Tong and Yin Ruyu. For a time, the entire god domain was incomparably lively. Zhou Tong set up the banquet in the main hall of his palace. By then, countless guests had arrived. Some of them were nervous, some were happy. Many of them were filled with an inexplicable sense of excitement and reverence. Naturally, most of them were chatting with one another. These people included geniuses from several eras. Not only were there geniuses from this era, but there were also geniuses from Zhou Tong's era. There was even an ancient person from the ancient chaos era, Zhang Byron. Naturally, these people would not sit together just to greet one another. They would definitely discuss Tao with one another and talk about some fortuitous encounters or events in the universe. Suddenly, there was a dazzling light and thousands of auspicious colors. A green path extended rapidly from the outer realm and directly reached the palace. A middle-aged man walked over on the path. Wherever he passed, there are even wisps of lotus fragrance permeating the air. The lotus Tharch is here. Many people immediately stood up to welcome him and exclaimed. Just as the lotus Tharch sat down, another golden path descended from the outer realm. Yi Fan and his wife stepped on the golden path and also appeared in the palace. Before the others could react, a crimson path appeared with the crisp sound of a phoenix. Zhou Tong's blood phoenix avatar had also arrived. Celestial Tharch Yi and Celestial Tharch Wang are here too. Even the three Thearchs were invited. I wonder if Ruthless Tharch will come. Many people discussed animatedly. However, they were all very respectful towards the three. Many of them had challenged the three before and were very clear about the gap between them and themselves. However, many people did not manage to see Ruthless Tharch because at this moment, the organizer of the banquet, Zhou Tong, had already appeared with Yin Ruyu. Why didn't Taoist Devouring Heaven come? The Lotus Tharch was a little puzzled. The name Ruthless Tharch was given because the later generations were afraid of her killing methods. She only had 2 true Tharch titles. The first was when she first attained her Tao, Heaven Devouring Tharch. The second was her title after 3 lifetimes, Celestial Tharch of Southern Mountains. Ancestor, Heaven Devouring Tharch doesn't like crowds, so she didn't come. Yin Ruyu answered the Lotus Tharch. The Lotus Tharch nodded. Previously, because of the new system, he had interacted with Ruthless Tharch. He also knew that Ruthless Tharch had a cold personality and would definitely not like such a scene. Little tyrant, what realm are you at now? Have you really become an immortal? A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. It was Pang Bo. Only his old classmates would call him that. Even if the others knew Zhou Tong's former nickname, they would not dare to call him that. You can say that, Zhou Tong casually replied. Zhou Tong's words immediately caused a huge uproar. Many people had already guessed that he might become an immortal when he fought with the Tharch. In fact, the Tharch who died back then might also become an immortal. However, it was still just a guess. Now, it was finally confirmed that he was really an immortal. In an instant, the hall was in chaos. Cries of surprise sounded one after another. There were even cultivators who wanted to ask on the spot how to become an immortal. However, Zhou Tong did not wait for them to speak and directly said, "Becoming an immortal is nothing. However, let's not talk about this today. Now, the universe is surging with winds and clouds, and countless geniuses have crossed the sky. It just so happens that this year, the Tao comprehending tea in my hand is a great reincarnation. Therefore, I invite everyone to come and taste tea and discuss the Tao together. Everyone, this way please." As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his right hand. In the void in the center of the hall, another world seemed to appear. An old tree appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The old tree was tall like a horned dragon. On one side, there were many branches that were strong and powerful. However, there were not many leaves on this tree. Most of the branches were bare, without a single leaf. This old tree looked like a tree that was about to wither. However, everyone knew that this tree was definitely not lacking in vitality. Even through the void, many people could sense an unimaginable vitality and immortal chi. Chapter 894. How is this tree of enlightenment possible? The ones that were most shocked were naturally Yi Fan, the Lotus Arch, and even Pangbo and the Black Emperor. They had seen the tree of enlightenment before. They had seen the tree of enlightenment take root on the undying mountain. However, how could the tree of enlightenment at that time compare to the tree of enlightenment now? Whether it was the height of the tree or something else, they were on completely different levels. Especially those tea leaves, they were even more shocking. Clang! Cold light flashed, and a slender tea leaf that was like a divine sword suddenly exploded with brilliant sword light. There was even the sound of swords clanging. Clang! Another tea leaf that was like a big bell was also vibrating, letting out a melodious bell sound that made people feel peaceful. Tung! Suddenly, a ray of fire flew up, and a scarlet tea leaf that was like fire seemed to be burning, emitting a fiery light. Roar! With a tiger's roar, the tea leaf was like a white tiger that opened its mouth and roared ferociously. The tea leaves were all different. There were clouds, mist, rain, thunder. Every tea leaf was different and had a different performance. It was extremely magical. Yi Fan and the others were stunned. Although every leaf of the tree of enlightenment they had seen before had a different phenomenon, when did it have such a terrifying phenomenon? Although the tea leaves in the past had different phenomena, tea leaves were still tea leaves. Even mortals could hold them firmly and enjoy them as they wished. However, the tea leaves now were so powerful that even cultivators below the dragon transformation mystic realm would not dare to touch them. Since when did the Tao comprehension tea have such offensive power like the Fusang divine tree? However, Yi Fan and the others had good eyesight. They could tell at a glance that this kind of attack was completely different from the Fusang divine tree's attack. The attacking power of the Fusang divine tree came from the abundant sun saint energy inside it. However, the attacking power of the tea tree came from the great Tao contained in the tea leaves, which resonated with the heaven and earth. That was the reason why the tea tree attacked. However, it was precisely because they could tell that they were shocked. It was obvious that this tree of enlightenment had been reborn. The effects of the tea leaves were many times stronger. Zhou Tong, your Tao comprehension tea? Yi Fan immediately asked. Many cultivators looked at Zhou Tong, especially the sacred prince, Hui Qilin's son, and Hui Qilin's son. As ancient princes, they had already drunk the Tao comprehension tea. However, they could also see that the Tao comprehension tea on the tree was different from the one they drank before. It seemed that the effect was many times stronger. It's nothing. I just restored the tea to its original appearance, Zhou Tong said casually. However, let's not talk about this. Everyone, the Tao comprehension tea is here. If you like any tea leaves, feel free to pick them. Every single tea leaf contains a supreme grand Tao. Which tea leaf you're able to obtain will depend on your fate and ability. As he spoke, Zhou Tong gave a demonstration by plucking a tea leaf that looked like a bell. After this tea leaf was plucked, it immediately buzzed like a big bell. Wisps of bell waves lingered on Zhou Tong's fingertips. After Zhou Tong plucked the tea leaf, Yin Ruyu also plucked a tea leaf that looked like a cloud. Then Yi Fan, the Lotus Arch, and the Blood Phoenix also plucked the tea leaves. Yi Fan plucked a tea leaf that looked like a cauldron, the Lotus Arch plucked a tea leaf that looked like a lotus, and the Blood Phoenix plucked a tea leaf that looked like a phoenix. Afterwards, the Sage Prince, Pang Bo, and the others who were Zhou Tong's contemporaries and were on good terms with him, but did not hold Zhou Tong in such high regard, also took action and plucked the tea leaves that caught their eye. As these people took the tea leaves, the others also became anxious. 3,000 tea leaves represented 3,000 grand Taos. However, everyone only cultivated one of the 3,000 grand Taos. They all had their own preferences. If the tea leaves that they liked were taken by others, wouldn't they have come for nothing? Wouldn't they have wasted such an opportunity? In an instant, all the geniuses became anxious and hurriedly took action. The scene was extremely chaotic. However, Zhou looked at the geniuses below with interest. The Tree of Enlightenment was in Zhou 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring. Now, it was only revealing a corner of this world for them to see. Therefore, Zhou was not worried that this kind of battle would affect the Tree of Enlightenment. As for what they were fighting for, it was actually just an illusion. However, when they held the illusion of the tea leaves, the real tea leaves would quickly replace the illusion. Most importantly, when these geniuses attacked, the great Tao nomological laws and divine chains of order all rushed into the 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring and completely turned into nourishment for the Tree of World. This banquet was held because Zhou wanted to see how many geniuses his legacy had given birth to since he became an immortal king. Secondly, he wanted to use the great Tao nomological laws of these geniuses to further nourish the Tree of World. The growth of the Tree of World was actually very important to the number of great Tao nomological laws in the world. It was the same perfect great Tao nomological laws and the same powerful origin. However, if a world produced many geniuses and had various great Tao imprints intertwined, then the Tree of World in that world would definitely be powerful. Zhou great Tao nomological laws had reached the peak in terms of quality, but the quantity was still far from it. After all, there were no living creatures in the 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring, so he could only absorb them from outside. This enlightenment tea banquet was essentially an exchange. These geniuses used their own great Tao nomological laws in exchange for a chance to drink the immortal elixir of longevity and comprehend the Tao. These geniuses, if they were in the immortal ancient era, even if they might not become immortal kings in the future, at least true immortals would not be a problem. Zhou looked at the geniuses and nodded slightly. In the end, all 3,000 enlightenment tea leaves were distributed. Some of these geniuses were excited. It was obvious that they had obtained the tea leaves they wanted. Some are furious. It was obvious that the tea leaves they wanted had been taken away by others. However, Zhou attention was focused on the Tree of World in his 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring. After being nourished by the great Tao nomological laws and divine chains of order of the 3,000 geniuses, the Tree of World's aura was obviously stronger. However, it was only a little stronger. The great Tao nomological laws of 3,000 boundary emperors added together was only SOSO. However, this is only one banquet. If such a banquet is held once every 10,000 years, the accumulated great Tao nomological laws would be terrifying. Zhou thought to himself, there were only 108 enlightenment tea leaves every year. However, once every 10,000 years, the Great Samsara would produce 3,000 tea leaves corresponding to the 3,000 great Tao nomological laws. Of course, after being upgraded to become an immortal elixir of longevity, the Tree of Enlightenment's Great Samsara that was originally once every 10,000 years would only need 3,000 years to be able to be reincarnated once. However, in 3,000 years, the universe would not be able to accumulate that many boundary emperors. Hence, it was more appropriate to slow down the time to 10,000 years. If the banquet was held once every 10,000 years, Zhou 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring would also become stronger bit by bit. In the outside world, the universe actually became stronger in this way. Plundering other worlds like the celestial realm was ultimately still a minority. This was a world-class virtuous cycle. The ancestors created the environment, and the juniors relied on the environment to become stronger. In the end, they used their own great Tao to further nourish the world, thus making the environment stronger. One should never underestimate the creativity of the juniors who stood on the foundation of their predecessors. Junior cultivators could also surpass their predecessors and create shocking great Taos. If a world took this step, then as long as it did not encounter any special accidents, it would eventually grow to a level comparable to the celestial realm one day. Of course, this would also take a long time. However, Jotong was not afraid. This was because he still had several true lives that he could send to other worlds to accumulate resources. At that time, this world would grow to the level of the celestial realm very quickly. Chapter 895. After roughly understanding the changes of the Tree of World, Jotong looked at the prodigies in the hall. Get some water to make tea. Jotong waved his hand, and the Tree of Enlightenment's shadow disappeared. It was replaced by a divine spring. Life essence surged, and divine spring water flew out of the spring and landed in the utensils in front of everyone's table. Immediately, someone activated the Tao fire and slowly brewed the tea. After a while, a refreshing fragrance floated out of the utensils. This fragrance made one feel completely relaxed, as if they were facing a supreme Tao. Even some of the maidservants in the hall who were not qualified to drink tea felt much lighter. This enlightenment tea, Yi Fan and the Lotus the Arch were the most shocked. During the brewing process, the tea leaves seeped out wisps of immortal mist from the spring water, which spread out bit by bit. This was a scene that he had never seen before when he drank the Tao Comprehension tea. In particular, they sensed that the tea leaves contained strands of longevity substance, which was enough to extend their lifespans by 10 years. Just one tea leaf contained such immortality substances. If 3,000 tea leaves were combined, it would be enough to extend a Thearcha's lifespan by 30,000 years. The scariest thing was that the Tree of Enlightenment would grow new tea leaves every year. Obtaining this tree was equivalent to obtaining immortality. It could even guarantee immortality for thousands of people. No immortal divine medicine had such terrifying effects. It was simply terrifying. At that moment, the originally noisy hall suddenly quietened down as everyone watched the tea quietly. Every enlightenment tea leaf was different. Some of the prodigy's tea leaves were like ice crystals, some were like clouds, and some were like various immortal birds, divine beasts, bells, cauldrons, sabers, and swords. For a moment, all kinds of mysterious auras were mixed in the hall, and wisps of Tao runes were intertwined. Before the tea was ready, just the fragrance of the tea made many cultivators enter a state of enlightenment. After the tea was ready, many cultivators took their first sip. Everyone calmed down and felt at peace. The effect of this enlightenment tea was extremely shocking. These prodigies were all clear-headed and entered a state of enlightenment. For a time, the entire hall was filled with various images. The void was hazy, immortal fog drifted, and auspicious qi was vigorous. There seemed to be the sound of the great Tao rotating in the hall. This sip of tea was enough to match the hundreds of years of bitter cultivation of these cultivators. Of course, to Jotong, this kind of tea was no longer of any use. Unless the Tao Comprehension tea was complete, celestial kings would not be able to use this level of Tao Comprehension tea. But to other cultivators, this could be the greatest opportunity in their lives. Many cultivators, whose cultivation levels have been stagnant for a long time, made breakthroughs one after another. Even people like Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor had countless insights. Jotong only immersed himself in it for a moment before he woke up. After all, tea leaves of this level were of no use to him. After he woke up, he immediately looked at the various states of the beings in Tao enlightenment. A faint layer of flowing light appeared on the surface of Yi Fan's body. His original body became the only thing in the world, and there was an eternal and indestructible while circling around him. If others were watching, they would definitely have the illusion that he had turned into an eternal and indestructible being, transcending heaven and earth. Yen Ruyu, who was beside Jotong, seemed to have turned into a green lotus. She was as ethereal as an immortal. A blue sea and a blue sky appeared beside her. Green lotuses dotted the sky, and it was full of vitality. It made people feel as if they had seen the beginning of the world, and there was also a chaotic aura. And as for Yin Ryu's ancestor, the Lotus Emperor, a vast world appeared beside him. The Lotus Emperor walked the path of cultivation in his inner world. He wanted to open up a celestial domain in his body. The avatars around him were the scenes of this world. His inner world was mainly a blue sea, and there were very few continents. Indeed, after drinking the Tao comprehension tea of the immortal elixir of immortality, a cultivator's personal qualities can be revealed. Zhou Tong thought to himself, Yi Fan, the Lotus Emperor, and Yin Ryu each have their own Tao and spells. Their avatars are obviously much more powerful than the group below. After drinking the tea, the others also had their own avatars. The most magnificent ones were the Holy Prince, Huolin, the Golden Crow of Huasong Planet, and the Chaotic Body. Zhou Tong looked at the two overlord bodies who came to attend the banquet. One of them was his descendant, the previous overlord body of the great Zhou Empire on the overlord body's ancestral star. He had sealed himself, but was awakened by Zhou Tong. His avatars were not inferior to the Holy Prince and the others. The other person was the descendant of the Kuan family on the overlord body's ancestral star. He was also the previous overlord body. Although his avatars were also the strongest, they were slightly weaker than the Holy Prince and the others. That's right. The other lineages on the overlord body's ancestral star, whether it's in terms of resources, techniques, or even bloodlines, are obviously inferior to mine. It's normal for them to be weaker. Zhou Tong nodded. Time passed slowly, and a day passed quickly. Many cultivators had already awakened from the state of enlightenment. However, they did not make a sound. Instead, they continued to sit cross-legged where they were and tidied up the fruits of their enlightenment. It was not until 3 days later that everyone finally walked out from the effects of the enlightenment tea. At this point, the banquet was finally over. There was no clanging and no noise. It was just plain. This was Zhou Tong's enlightenment tea banquet. However, after many cultivators left the main hall, their eyes became much more profound. It was obvious that their cultivation had improved greatly. Of course, there were a few people who did not leave. For example, Yi Fan, the Lotus Emperor, and Zhou Tong's avatar, the Celestial Emperor Huang. Legend has it that the immortal divine herb will undergo some changes after entering the immortal realm. I didn't expect it to undergo such changes in your hands before it even entered the immortal realm. The Lotus Emperor exclaimed, with this enlightenment tea tree, you don't have to worry about the longevity technique. Yi Fan was also very envious. From time to time, he had to seal his wife in the divine source to prevent her from reaching the end of her lifespan. He was not like Zhou Tong, who could see his wife whenever he wanted and could communicate with her at any time. It was also completed in the last 1 or 2 years. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 3 jade boxes floated to Yi Fan, the Lotus Emperor, and the Celestial Emperor Huang. Usually, there are only 108 tea leaves in the Enlightenment tea tree every year. There are only 3,000 tea leaves during the Great Samsara. This Enlightenment tea tree has only undergone this transformation for a few years. I can only give each of you 36 tea leaves, Zhou Tong said. He casually gave away a year's worth of Enlightenment tea tree. However, this was only half of what Zhou Tong had in stock at the moment. The 3 of them thanked him and quickly put away the tea leaves at the same time. After that, Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor asked Zhou Tong about some cultivation matters. The group continued to stay there for half a month before finally leaving again. Chapter 896. After everyone left, Zhou Tong pondered for a while. The banquet this time was a little too simple. All the Sky Prides had only received 1 Enlightenment tea leaf and nothing else. Although the Sky Prides felt that they had profited, Zhou Tong still felt that the banquet was too simple. The Enlightenment tea leaf is very attractive, but what else in this world can prolong one's life? Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at his immortality peach tree. There was only one immortality peach tree, but he could still plant the leftover peaches. I said that I would open up my own immortality peach garden. Now it's time to put into action. Zhou Tong directly plucked the remaining 30-odd peaches from the tree. He extracted the longevity substance, great Tao principles, and life essence from the flesh of the peaches into elixirs, leaving only the peach pits. He planted all the peaches in a piece of land and watered them with a holy spring. Immediately, the peaches sprouted, took root, and grew into a new immortality peach tree. If these immortality peach trees grow, the effect of their fruits will be very close to that of the immortality elixir. They will surpass the half-divine elixir. If I'm not wrong, they should be able to prolong one's life by about 15,000 years. Zhou Tong roughly estimated the effect of these elixirs based on the life essence of the peaches. When Jade Lake stole the core of the peach of immortality from the ruins of God and planted the first fruit, it was equivalent to half an immortal divine medicine. Now, after planting the core of the peach of immortality, the efficacy of the peach of immortality naturally increased greatly. Moreover, Zhou Tong's environment was far better than Jade Lake's. At the next banquet, I will have something to entertain the sky prides. After planting the pits of the peaches of immortality, Zhou Tong looked around and looked at the other places in this world. Before becoming a real world, the 10 heavenly abode ring was a heavenly abode that Zhou Tong had cultivated using the chaotic ancient method. Zhou Tong had already cultivated a large number of spirits in the 10 heavenly abode ring. Other than the core of the vicious 10, there were other spirits such as the golden crow, the white tiger, the willow deity, and even the Bayan, the Pishio, and the heaven-swallowing sparrow. Apart from the vicious 10, which had merged with Zhou Tong's hidden fate, the other spirits were still in the state of being condensed from precious technique runes. At that time, as the world took shape, under the effect of the power that could split heaven and earth, these spirits already showed signs of life. There are already signs of materialization. Perhaps these countless races can be resurrected and evolved in my world. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, feeling a little excited. Creating life, this kind of ability had already surpassed the ability of immortal kings. It was something that only quasi-immortal emperors could reach. Just like in the other world of the chaotic ancient era, those time beasts, heaven-devouring beasts, void beasts, and other races were evolved from the power left behind by the dark half-immortal emperor. Something's not right. However, Zhou Tong suddenly thought of something and was stunned. No, I seem to have a way to create life. With a thought, the source of eternal light that Zhou Tong had brought back from the world of immortals suddenly appeared. This was a huge spherical light source with a radius of at least 10 feet. When he was in the world of immortals, at first, there were only a dozen or so souls of Zhu Shan fused with it. However, later on, Zhou Tong had traveled all over the universe, and the number of Zhu Shan souls contained in it had already reached 3 digits. Among them, there were even souls of supreme experts who had walked on the path of supreme Zhu Shun and Stone Man King. In fact, the way Zhou Tong created eternal light was actually different from the way the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had created it. In fact, not long after he created his own eternal light, Zhou Tong realized that he couldn't force Zhu Shan to create eternal light. He couldn't force Zhu Shan's souls to fuse with the eternal light and create it. If he had a rebellious heart, he wouldn't be able to create eternal light. The eternal light that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors created was created by Zhu Shan voluntarily sacrificing their souls to create eternal light. However, Zhou Tong kept Zhu Shan's souls and erased Zhu Shan's consciousness to create eternal light. That was why Zhou Tong's eternal light could be so big. Eternal light. In the world of immortals, even weapons that were originally lifeless can be turned into real life. Logically speaking, it should be even easier for me, a spirit that already has a faint aura of life, to turn it into a real life. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, he immediately summoned one of his Bayan spiritual bodies. After all, this was just an experiment. Therefore, Zhou didn't want to touch the strongest spiritual bodies. He wanted to find a spiritual body that was about the same level to test the waters. If it failed, it would be easier to salvage the situation. In the next moment, a brilliant golden divine radiance flowed over like a cloud. A huge monster slowly appeared in front of him. It was shaped like a lion, with a pair of golden dragon horns on its head. Its head was also covered with golden dragon scales. Its entire body was resplendent, and the golden fur on its body was incomparably soft. It was even brighter than silk. Although it was just a spiritual body that Zhou had nurtured, it was no different from a real Bayan when it walked out. Its entire body emitted a strong pressure, and an ominous aura pervaded the air. The golden radiance illuminated the entire mountain, and even the leaves were dyed a faint golden color. Then Zhou waved his hand, swoosh. A ray of eternal light, as thick as a bucket, was directly shot into the body of this Bayan by Zhou. In an instant, the golden radiance shone brightly, and the golden radiance illuminated the entire mountain range. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky and illuminated the entire world. Zhou heavenly I was already activated to the limit. His gaze penetrated the golden radiance, and he could clearly see everything inside. The eternal light turned into wisps of light and filled the body of Bayan, turning into real flesh and blood. Bayan's aura also became stronger, and stronger. The whole process was very mysterious. Zhou vaguely sensed a trace of the most important thing. For a moment, he felt a lot of emotions, and in an instant, he had countless insights. For a whole 3 years, Bayan had been undergoing such changes. Finally, as the golden radiance converged, the changes in Bayan's body finally dissipated. What appeared in front of Zhou was a soul, a real soul of Bayan. It had already broken away from its spiritual body and transformed into a real life. Although it didn't have a physical body and was only a soul, it was still alive after all. It's very difficult for others to regenerate a physical body with a soul, but it's not too difficult for me. The Little Stone Emperor's rebirth method is actually a method of regenerating a physical body with a soul. It's a good opportunity to experiment. Zhou immediately used the rebirth method on the soul of this Bayan. Soon, an undetectable wisp of life aura began to be nurtured in Bayan's body, and it became stronger and stronger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.